Among every world, among every timeline, among everything you can imagine in different worlds, people are there to guide you through stories, guide you through timelines. Welcome to the Blue Mask What If channel. Hello everyone, this is Blue Mask and welcome back to my channel. Hope you guys will enjoy. Let's begin. So, before we begin, a little history lesson about this world. And this episode or this movie is gonna be very long. It'll probably take me some days to complete this. So hope you guys will enjoy. And yeah, this will probably take some few 10 minutes maybe. So hope you will be with me. So, explaining of the history of this world. This world is the Pokemon games world, not the anime version. Game world. Here, the world didn't change after the Pokemon games, after the Scarlet and Violet game was completed. It didn't start there. After the Scarlet and Violet event happened, everything changed after 100 years later of that story's ending. But I will make reference to the sword and shield because I will change that. I will not explain it because there's something else. If you there's a video, I will probably leave a link in the description, but a creator named, oh god, how the hell do you pronounce that? It's yeah, that's right. How do you? Sorry about that. Fuch. If you don't understand, his name in letters is Fudj, and you can go to the video called "Rewriting Pokemon Sword and Shield." It's that version I will reference instead of the original version. So yeah, that so you can go through that. It's like 2 hours long. I actually really enjoying hearing it because it's better than the original story. So I will that story will be true in this world. So that sword and shield will probably be referenced in the video. If not, go watch that. I really enjoy it. It's canon to this version. But here, after Scarlet and Violet's ending and the full game is done and everything, there's something more. Sorry. After 100 years after that, the whole things go into records, history, and everything. Quirks starting to show up. The whole things that it's was a people thought it was a disease, a disease, a disease. You like shit, like influenza and some other diseases. They thought it was that. I can't pronounce it right now. They everyone went over to check everything to make sure it's not people were not getting wrong and everything, but finding out it was a mutation of the DNA. When people found this out, 70 years passed by and the world kind of went into chaos somewheres. But where the leaks and everything, every Pokemon game didn't went into chaos because they had the Elite Four, the champions, the gym leaders, the professors, and everything make sure everything was fine in their region. But the new places they were still going up, like uh, Canada, Mexico, the Africa, and everything else, and Japan, they get went into chaos by this. They didn't have the Elite Four in the beginning, so after the whole thing, 70 years passed by, and what the hell is happening? Oh, sorry. 70 years passed by, and the world known about heroes. But the few countries that didn't have it, it's Kanto and the other region that didn't need heroes, didn't get them. But in Japan, heroes became popular. Quirks and Pokemon became heroes and Pokemon that was around the world saving people and anything. But more and more time over these 130 years, Pokemon became in the background. Heroes didn't choose them or actually have Pokemon partners. Just became animals to these people. Not They're not popular or anything, but when their league became up, it became popular again. A man that was quirkless has an amazing team. He will not be referenced for a while. He will not be in the story for a long time. He will probably not be referenced again. But he ran that league for over 15 years, making Pokemon popular among people in Japan and everything. But 7 years with seven at the 15th year, a new champion was chosen, or that person defeated the champion. But everything went wrong after that. 7 years will pass by, and the whole league, the gym leaders and everything will be the nicest people you ever met. The Elite Four will be amazing people, but the champion himself, will be awful. He was an awful person to be in the champion leader. He had a lot of responsibility, but he didn't do it. A lot of the gym leader and Elite Four says he was not even worthy of it, the title, but his team was overpowering. It's like something happened that made them impossible to beat. But when the story starts, I will explain. S- Um, but this champion is corrupted in the LMA, or Liberation Army, will be influencing him, giving money to them, making people doesn't like Pokemon as much and everything. This guy will have a blade quirk in his forearm, but yeah, this is much it. The original past of some characters will explain in the story, not here in the televised, of the beginning of the history of this world. So yeah, I'm sorry this took very, very long in the beginning, but I had to explain the story. So I hope you guys will enjoy this movie, how long it will be, and I will welcome you to What If Deku was the Pokemon champion of Japan? Story start. Little Izumi was a free girl. She loved her parents, her friends, and the Pokemon that was in her house. Izumi Midoriya, her family had a rich history. They were firefighter, police officers, reporters, and everything. But Izumi had some dark thoughts about some of their past. When quirks started appearing around the world, the Midoriyas tried to incorporate them to make people happier. But they got corrupted in their family, and they led to Pokemon hating them. The last members that she knows is alive is her mother, her father, and her older brother. Izumi was sitting in front of the stadium, looking at the back of a green-haired man, a green-haired teenager in his at least 15 years old, standing in front of her. He was her hero. She can say otherwise, but in that moment, that 15-year-old boy standing in front with blades on his hands, his well his look behind, and everything was just enchanting to her. When she saw the man's green eyes looking back at her, that was her brother, Isuku Midoriya, the new champion of Japan, with the previous champion behind him hurting because he was almost about to kill her brother. Izumi remember the day that Isuku actually went out, but it was kind of fading in her mind. Her brother was 10 when he left. 10 years old when he left the house because he got angry at his parents. They didn't trust him because he was quirkless, but he was inspired by their family's history of being heroes without quirks. There would be firefighters, police officers, detective, protectors, Pokemon researchers, doctors. He was inspired by them. But when his parents tried to stop him, he ran off for 5 years. They still have contact with him, of course. He still talked to them. But they didn't know where he was. He gave vague, not specifics, things where he was. He became a Pokemon trainer because the law was still up that 10-year-old people or 10-year-old kids can go out in the world to become Pokemon trainers. And her brother did it. For what she understood, the mask trainer called Deku was popular around the world, going for every gym battle, every Elite Four members, except the champions. He has defeated Red's descendants, the champion of the world, Red. Well, the descendant of Red was a champion in Kanto. Deku didn't went up against him. He went to another region where he defeated those. He went to the next, not even fighting the champion, but just fighting the Elite Four and their gym leaders, becoming stronger and stronger until he reached Japan. He fought against the gym leaders in there. All of them knew him and all of them saw his battles. They knew he was strong, stronger than ever, but they fell one by one by one. No one could defeat this person. But this time, when he defeated the last Elite Four member, he didn't stop. He didn't declare or wrote on a board that he will stop before the champion. He went to the champion. When he stood in the arena of Musutafu, stood in front of this, stood in front of Levi reference, but it's not him. The the ex champion by now. Levi was a big man with an ego as size as a mountain. He had gold around him, gold chains, gold, fucking gold rings around him, gold earrings and everything. Deku went up against him and fought him. A lot of people didn't know a lot about his team. They only know that he had a crow, a oh god, I need to pull up the Pokédex now. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Corviknight, if I am correct. Sorry about that. He went up against Corviknight. Ba, 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 ba. Oh wait, that's not the. Wait, that still has the Pokemon. Shoot, shoot, shoot. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You can see the Pokemon on the right side of your screen and everything, but I have to pull up some of their names because my idiot didn't write it down. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Um. Uh. Yeah, Corviknight. People knew he had a Corviknight, a shining tux, son of Oh god damn it! I hate this. Um, Toxic Crowed, if I am correct how I pronounce it. Yes, copy. Go to that. Delete that. Set in. And where the hell? Toxic Rogue. People knew that he had free Pokemon. Umbreon, if I am correct. Umbreon, Toxic Rogue, and Corviknight on his team. But when this battle started, Deku, the mask trainer, pulled out all the stocks. His every single team. Uh, God damn it. I went too far. Shoot. I am so sorry I'm stagnate. Not telling the story right now because I need to find the names of these Pokemon. There. He has an Deku had an Umbreon, Toxicroak, and Corviknight out in every single battle. No one actually saw the last three of his members. So when Deku pulled out all the stocks, all his Pokemon, all his best team members, he defeated the champion. It was a double team versus the champion. He defeated every single member of his team, even showing when even one of two of his what people saw of his two of his members, Pokemon members that was shown, he pulled out his Gyarados. After his Umbreon got knocked out, he pulled out his. God damn it! Ugh! I want to find that Pokemon. God damn it! God damn it! God damn it! Da, 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 da. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Please be in this Pokédex. Son of Really? He's not in here? Shoot, 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 shoot. I'm so sorry. I'm trying my best here, but I think I was under prepared for myself. Pokédex, Pokédex, Pokédex. No, no, no. I don't care about that. I need the Pokédex. Shoot! What? I already got. I am so sorry. There. Finally. Damn it. Do, 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 do. Got to scroll down, 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 down. There. I just need the name, nothing else. Septile. I am so sorry that took so long, but I didn't know that Septile was not in that dex. Shoot. Sorry. Um, when Deku pulled out his fifth member of his team, being Septile, Deku did a miraculous thing that no one has ever done. Double Mega Evolved his Pokemon, being his Gyarados Sceptile. After the match got on their way, an accident, supposedly, supposedly, accident happened where Deku was almost hit by a Pokemon move being was supposed to be hit by an accident when the mask of Deku was thrown off and the hoodie that was covering his hair was blown back as well, and his mask flew off, getting destroyed behind him, and people saw his face. When Levi, the despicable champion, told everyone about his name, no, that is not where Isuku Mega evolved. When he pulled out his sceptiles and they started the battle, and when his mask and hoodie got flung back and his mask got destroyed behind him, it was revealed Levi revealed who he was, naming his family and everything. When Deku stood there looking relaxed but still has eyes that wanted to kill him. When he announced his name, Isugu hold his Pokemon of Sceptile. Well, hold the Pokeball that he still had in his hand of Sceptile. He loudly said that I'm Isuku Midoriya. I'm gonna be the next champion that's gonna be quirkless and fix the corruption that has rotten the Pokemon champions for 7 years. When he shouted that, people noticed there's something wrong with Izuku's Pokeballs of Gyarados and Sceptile. When he showed everyone that, well, Gyarados was just a different Pokeball, and Sceptile as well. There is nothing on the Pokeballs. I'm just saying he holds them. When Isugu puts the Pokeballs away, Isugu brought out something else around his neck and and tied the thing around his wrist. When people saw a mega stone. When Isugu screamed out again, and I will show the trick I have learned. A trick that I have mastered over these 5 years of traveling around the world. When Isugu touched the stone, two stones glowed around Sceptile and Gyarados' necks, being a mega stone for both of them. When people were shocked which one he's gonna mega evolve and everything, when everyone went quiet when they heard Sceptile, Gyarados, mega evolve. People were shocked to hear that and saw both of them mega evolve. When the fight continues and everything, Isugu was down to his last member of his team. No one knew what it was, but the champion was down to his last member. His last Pokemon, Charizard. This Charizard was a shiny one as well, being a black version of, well, being a black Charizard. When Isugu pulled out his other Pokemon, his last Pokemon, everyone noticed that the Pokeball was different kind of Pokeball. When Izukuri claims that Sceptiles was his beginning Pokemon, but this one is his most strongest of all of them. This one will defeat the champion. When Izuku threw the Pokemon, it people could not actually see what it was because it was in a purple mist. A mask was in front of that mist, looking like an ancient. And I forgot that Pokemon. Shoot. I hate myself. I hate myself. I hate myself. I truly don't, but I forget a lot. Nope. Shoot, 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 shoot. Yeah. Where is it? Where is it? I hate where my brain just fucking forgets everything. The moment I need it. Damn it, where is it? Really not there in the game, but God damn it, I'm too far down. Come on, come on. I am so sorry that I'm being quiet and I probably ruined everything, but I I just forget them and it's pretty fucking annoying. Come on. Come on. Sorark. There it is. And now I fucking remember. When this when the mist was around the mysterious Pokemon, they saw a mask in front of it, being of an Hisuian Pokemon, a Sorark. When the fight continued, people noticed that the Pokemon that was in the mist didn't get hit or anything. But when the Cherry Shot uses Dragon Claw to hit the mask and send the mysterious Pokemon back, the mask got shattered like its trainer, revealing a Hisuian Sorark, a shiny one, standing in front of the Charizard menacingly, staring it down. The last hit was that in that moment. The last fight. Sorark went in to attack with Shadow Punch. I think it can learn that. Oh god, I had to look at the whole move. I'm not gonna do that. When the last hit went off, the Shadow Shot went down and got knocked out. And Isugu became the champion, but the ex-champion, went crazy and used his quirk to try to attack Isuku. The champion tried to attack Isuku with his wrist blade, coming out, well, his from his arms, from his forearm. Isuku pulled out a weapon as well, before the champion actually hit him. People were shocked that he could defend himself because a lot of Japan was fucking awful to quirkless people. People thought he's gonna die before Izuku pulls out a knife came out of the top of his hand. When Izuku cuts the guy's forearm, people were shocked by Izuku actually doing this, but him being almost fucking killed, people doesn't fucking blame him. And after Izuku cut, cut the previous champion's forearm, he went around him from the back and cut his other arm. When the champion exclaimed that he ruined him and he's gonna kill him and try to use this quirk, people noticed that his quirk didn't work. And Izuku explained why. Your quirk needed skin. Your quirk needed skin to make the blade pop out. What would happen if people cut that skin? It wouldn't come out. Izuku, after that, went over to the champion and fucking destroyed him. Not fucking cutting him up or anything. Just putting his foot on the champion's head and saying that he is the previous champion now. He was the previous champion, but now a different guy is gonna help the world, not ruin it because of money. 4 years pass. I know there's gonna be a time skip, but sorry. Izumi Midoriya, being the age of 14, is now, well, at school. Her teacher has just thrown the papers up from. No, differently. Izumi was sitting in class after thinking about what happened 4 years, 4 years and 2 months ago. When her brother became the new champion, her brother did a lot for Japan, making making Pokemon license for heroes and Pokemon license for civilians necessary, so they can track which one of Pokemon is used. Her brother had done a lot for the world and has exposed that a terrorist organization was running a lot of schools, a lot of things, and shut it down 2 years ago. Her brother was thorough, destroying everything the terrorist organization was. Izuku here, not Izuku, Izumi hears the teachers coming into the room. She looks in front to her female teacher. This teacher was nice and calming towards the quirks and quirkless people. She she talked about the exam scores and everything. Talking about how now this is their last year and they have to figure out where they want to work. A lot of kids in the school were quirk people, but Izumi being the unlucky few that was also quirkless like her brother, was kind of discriminated against. But she still wanted to become a hero like her brother. When the teacher announces that she knows that she knows that a lot of them will become heroes and everything, A certain person stood up and proclaimed that he will become the strongest hero in the whole world and become the number one hero so he can be rich and famous. This being her best friend, Katsuki Bakugo. When kids tried to challenge him, he just shut them down. When the teacher announced that Bakugo is gonna go to UA with Izumi Midoriya, people started to talk shit about her, but Bakugo shut that down. Isu- Izumi heard a lot of whispering about how she's quirkless and everything when Bakugo just interrupted them. Oi, shut the fuck up! Izumi's gonna be a great hero. No one no one of you can even beat her in a fucking fight. I know it, and you all know it, so you better shut the hell up. Every one of them just went quiet, knowing that it was true that they couldn't defeat defeat Izumi at all. When everyone went quiet and the teacher reprimanded them of, well, fucking bullying for bullying Izumi, the day went on and the end of the day happened. Izumi and Bakugo was the end of the day happened and everything almost happened in canon. Bakugo then went out with his goons and everything. Instead, it was Izumi going to the arcade with Bakugo. When the whole scene in the original story with the sludge triangle and everything, All Might capture him faster but still drop the bottle. When Izumi and Bakugo was walking down the street, walking down the alleyway, and Bakugo hitting a soda can a little far away, Bakugo started to talk. Man, I still I am so sorry. I cannot believe that those morons still thinks you're not a worthy hero. I mean, I am a quirkless. Bullshit! I know you better than anyone else. Well, except your brother, of course. Yeah. Yeah, you know me. Good. You know me well. Don't listen to those assholes, Izumi. I know you have done a lot of martial arts and trained yourself a whole bunch. Hell, you can give me a good fight, even though I still win. You fight me and I still can't beat your ass. Yeah, that's true. Come on. You're gonna be a great hero. Probably the first quirkless heroes ever. Well, there has been quirkless people as heroes beforehand. Oh, right. Your brother is one of them, of course. Yeah, yeah, I know. When both of them stopped talking, they heard something coming up from the background of them. They turned around to see eyes and a mouth. Both of them were shocked when Bakugo pushed Izumi away, and shouting at her to get some help because he knew Izumi could not do anything here. Izumi runs towards the alleyway to try to find some heroes that could help. She hears an explosion in the background. She turned around to see Bakugo jumping towards her, trying to keep the villain away, jumping out into the mini market on this street. When the villain when they went out to the street, Izumi went to the left side when she saw some heroes. Hearing this and turning around, She screamed at them to help her friend because a villain was attacking him. The villain latched on to Bakugo, surrounding him, and used the explosion to hit a stall, causing fire in causing fire on the stall and making everyone run away. Making everyone panic and start running away from this. Izumi was grabbed by Wood and was grabbed back towards Kamali Wood's Death Arms and some of Death Arms psychics. This Kamali Wood started to evacuate the city and started evacuating the background when the fire hit some buildings. Izumi was still shocked at this and everything, and was behind the police tape. She saw that um the fire hero, the firefighter heroes, God, I don't really know his name. Uh the firefight hero, forgot his name, started to stop the fires and everything. And Defon trying to get Bakugo, but ran back saying that he couldn't do anything and couldn't. They have to wait for a quirk. Comely Woods trying to rescue people, and Mount Lady, Mount Lady, Mount Lady just didn't go into the alleyway or anything. But in the background, that Izumi didn't notice, a limousine was passing by from another near the street, seeing the whole altercation. The man that was in the limousine that owns it told the driver to stop. When the man saw the whole commotion, he said he's going to take a little while and stepped out of the vehicle. Izumi was seeing what was happening and didn't understand what they all were doing. They were doing nothing, nothing at all. Izumi panicked because she saw her friend suffocate. When she looked at his eyes, Izumi ran past the police officers that didn't well that didn't really try to stop her in the beginning before she ran in. When Arms yelled out to stop her, not trying to stop her, but Izumi running through the whole barricade and everything, trying to rescue Bakugo, throwing her backpack and everything. When the villain was about to strike her, something else happened than in canon. Yes, Toshinori or All Might was in the background and was about to puff up when a Toxicroak, a shiny one, interfered, hitting the man in the eye, sending the man in. Well, the man started to scream because he got hit by a Pokemon. The the sludge villain let go of Bakugo enough for Izumi to grab him and just got him out of the sludge villain. The Toxicroak stood in front of everyone, just hopping around, getting ready with its hands up and its claws or the toxic pointers at getting ready to hit them again. When footsteps was walking towards this. A man get out from the crowd and walking into everything. When Death was about to stop him, he froze. He recognized this man. His eyes, his hair, and his clothes. The green hair was shining like burning green. His eyes shone the fire that was around them. The man was holding a Pokeball. The man released the Pokeball into the alley, revealing a Gyarados. The man started to talk. Gyarados, Rain Dance. Toxicroak, get this guy and fucking defeat him. Toxicroak immediately after hearing these orders, starting to attack the man. Well, attack the sludge filling, the man in the eyes and the mouth, getting poisoning him and started to attack him as well. After the sludge villain got knocked out by the poison and everything, things well getting knocked out and landing on the sidewalk, well landing on the street knocked out, the man pulled out a Pokemon and returned Toxicroak towards it. When Gyarados got its ordered, it released Rain Dance, actually going all over the street, putting out fires. The Gyarados also used Hydro Pump. Not Hydro Pump, Water Gun. Using Water Gun as well to put out the fires around it. When the man walked up to the two teenagers, both of them recognized him. This is 19-year-old Isuku Midoriya, the champion of 4 years and being the undefeated champion of the being the champion of Japan and being undefeated for 4 years, defeating every single opponent that tried to take his place as champion. When Isuku walked up to his sisters and Bakugo, he grabbed both of them by under their arm and pulled both of them up and immediately just hugged both of them. Say and started to and Isugu talked. I'm glad you two are okay. I was shocked that you two was in this whole mess of things. Isugu well made both of them arms length from him because after the whole hug after the hug ended, Isugu pulled them both of them away from him and looked both of them in their eyes, saying, I'm glad you two are okay. And for God's sake, I know you're heroic, Itsumi, but you have to think about things. Itsumi was just nervous and blushing, just doing Hinata's signature pose, just pointing her fingers together. I'm sorry, brother. It's fine. And Bakugo, you need to stop exploding if you're gonna be taken over, okay? Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, cousin Isuku. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Now then, you two, please go to the end of the alley. Don't go near the crowd. Don't ask reporters anything. I have to talk to some heroes. Yelling this out loud, some people can hear. people can hear him, and everyone that was in the area just hearing him just went silent. The kids nodded and went towards the alleyway when Isuku was falling behind them. After the police officer captured the sludge villain and everything, Isuku stood there menacingly, and people knows his reputation and how strict he actually is with heroes. Isuku yelled out, "Death Arms! Kamali Woods! Mount Lady! Get in front of me! Now!" All three of them listened, and he also shouted out, "The psychic of Death Arms behind them!" Five of the psych all five of the psychics that was there, because I don't know which hero they are and everything, so they're gonna be psychics for Death Arms. Death Arm was in the middle. Death Arms being in the middle of the three in front. Kamali Woods on Isugu's right side, being Death Arms' left side. Madeleine being on the left side of Isugu, right side of Death Arms. The five members being behind all three of them. Isugu went up and Isugu went up to them, standing in front of them, and looked around for something. All of them knew they're gonna be in trouble, but there still was quiet. When Isugu went over to grab a newspaper that was on the ground, still little burned and everything, but Isugu picked it up and folded it into what? Isugu pulled out some tape as well from his bucket because he always carries tape around him. It's just he knew he's gonna do this sometimes. So he pulled out some tape and made a fan, a paper fan that was big enough. When Death Arms looked up to see what Isugu was looking at, Isugu immediately just hit Death Arms on the head with the fan. A loud oh, coming from that hit. The people that was watching this were shocked. Isugu just yelled at Death Arms, "Why didn't you go for them eyes?" Death Arm was about to talk when Isugu just started talking. Well, just talked anyways. "You could have hit the eyes instead of the body that was made out of liquid that could absorb your hit. You could have gone for the teeth, the eyes. Why the hell didn't you hit them? Don't want an explanation. Kamali Woods, get in front." Kamali Woods went in front of Death Arms, and another oh god, another hit was sounded out. "You were made out of wood. I can make sure. I know why you are afraid, but you gotta get over your fear of fire. You could also have hit the eyes or have gotten the kid out. I know you could have done it, but you're still afraid of fire. Go and fix it. Understand? Go back to where you were. Mount Lady in front." Kamali Woods went back where he was, and Mount Lady went in front when another smack. I'm just making loud noises. When another smack rang out. "You! I personally know you, Mount Lady. I know what you can do. So why the hell were you in your biggest form you got? You have could have gone to a bigger form than your regular side, being like, I don't know, two. I'm gonna go with feet here because it's more simpler for me than centimeters. You could have gone 10 feet, 12 feet, not the max height you were at. You could also have helped, but you didn't. You know what you could have helped with. Get back in line. Rest of you in front of them. When Mountain Lady went back, the rest of the psychic went in front, and the people just heard just meaty smacks on their heads. Just people just heard these and winced in pain. Isugu just also started to scold them as well. Isugu, no, wait, Isumi was in the near the where everyone was standing. She was also standing beside the near oh I forget his name. Give me a moment. Nope, 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 nope. Um, 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 um. Da, 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 da. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to find the hero. What? Wait, is Stefan's not even introduced here? Oh, wait, no, he's there. What? I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the characters in the book. It's so hard when you forget the name. Uh, 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 uh. I know he's here. God, what is his name? What is his name? The firefight hero. The firefight hero. Oh God, I took a long time. I don't even didn't even figure out his name. So please leave that in the comments if you know. I'm so sorry that took a long time. Couldn't find his name. Um, he was standing beside Izumi and Bak. He was standing beside Izumi and Bakugo when Izumi turned to him and asked a question to him. So, uh, why were you not called? The man just said, "I didn't do anything wrong. I was actually doing what I actually could. I was trying to get the fire out. I couldn't do anything else." Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, it does. They turn back and still sees that Isugu is just scolding every single sidekick. After 10 minutes of this, he dismissed this, just said to get out of his face right now because he's still fucking mad at them. And all of them just started to clean up everything. When Isugu went towards Izumi and Bakugo, and I always think I'm thinking around now his hero name is Water Hose, but it's not that. It's the name can't hit it. It's a long time since I've heard of it. Um, name Izuku went up to three of them when he looked at the children and looked at the hero. You did good. You don't have to be scolded because I know you can't actually fight. You're more like a firefighter with a quirk license. So I'm not gonna scold you, but you could have used a different kind of move than just your normal one. Yeah, I understand. Sorry, sir. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Still have to do better though. I understand, sir. Good. Now, you two, get in the limousine. I'm taking you both home. Um, of course. Yeah, sure. Isugu put his hand on both of their shoulder and started to walk towards the limousine that had the league's logo in front of them. The logo of the league in front of the limousine or the limo. When reporters tried to interview them, and Isugu just said, I am not in the mood. Please, I'm not a hero. I'm just a champion. Even though I am the champion, I don't want cameras in my face right now because I'm pissed. So please, value your own life. Leave me alone. Thank you. Isugu walks towards the limousine and just s- walks in it. He spotted someone in the crowd that looked at him, and the man looked familiar and he recognized him. Isugu puts Bakugo and Izumi makes Bakugo and Izumi go into the limousine and he sat down well inside of it as well. Isugu tells them that maybe probably Mitsuki and Inko has probably watched the news by now. So they have to get ready to get tears, scolding, or anything. The kids nod at this and they see they were driving a little bit ahead. After 5 minutes, they stopped in near a street where a man stood alone that was kind of skeleton like. Well, the guy looked like a skeleton what Izumi and Bakugo could see. When Isugu told the driver to stop in front of the man so he could speak to him. Both of them didn't know why, but Isugu also told the driver to make sure he couldn't hear their conversation. The driver nodded and made sure that the room that they were in was silent. Isugu opened the door for the man and told him to get in. The man got into the limousine and sat down near Isugu. Bakugo and Izumi was a little bit away from Isugu. Isugu sat there and looked at the man, asking, So, where the hell were you? Both of them got confused by this and looked at the skeletor or the skeleton looking man. The man had big hair that was kind of over the place. The man looked like a skeleton, but still has some fat around his face and arms and everything. When the man coughed a little, well, I shit, sorry. Well, I was at the place, but you took everything, so I couldn't do anything. I see. So, why were you looking at my sister? Both Isumi kind of got creeped out by this, but Isugu just waved his hand towards her. Isugu waved a hand towards her. Well, you must explain this at your house. You must explain this to your family, and I want to explain myself. Good. Oh, by the way, Isumi Bakugo, this is Toshinori Yaki. I can trust you both that you won't reveal who he is if I tell you this, right? Both of them looked confused and nodded. Alright then. Toshinori Yaki. Well, he first began. Toshinori Yaki, this is Isumi, my little sister, and my sort of cousin, Katsuki Bakugo. And I both know you well, and I know you won't reveal his identity. So, Isumi Bagyo, this is Toshinori Yaki, also known as All Might. The man just looked shocked at, well, just looked shocked at Isuku revealing his identity, but Bakugo and Isumi just looked shocked and just, what? Yeah, I know. He doesn't look like All Might. All Might doesn't look like that. Well, well, you can explain yourself. Yes, of course. My name is Toshinori Yagi. Like you said, I'm All Might. All Might just puffed up in the car and said, I am, and just poofed back like, here. I'm sorry if you kind of got scared by that, but I got injured 5 years ago. Your brother actually helped me. Your brother actually helped me recover from my injury more than I can ask for help. Isumi looked shocked and asked, what happened to you? Like I said, I had a fight and almost lost all of my stomach. All Might showed his wound and everything. I almost lost my stomach, but I lost a lung. Luckily, I got that replaced, but I still spewed blood every once in a while. Oh, Isumi looked shocked and looked at All Might. Yeah, I know, it does look good. But I want to talk to your brother and your mother or father. Oh, of course. Yes. But I assume that Bakugo will be with us, right? You will be right by that. Alright. After some few minutes, they arrived at a big house that they arrived at the nicer part of Mutatafu that was in this little gated community on the mountain. They ride up to the house and park in towards a small mansion. Big but not a big house. All of them get out and walked up to the house. Isugu walking in, announcing that he was home. Announcing that he was home in the house. When is Isugu watches a woman that looks lean and everything, still looking in her looking old, looking in her 30s and everything, but still looking like her. Inko still looks like her slimmer self because, well, Isugu. Inko rushed up to Isugu and hugged her. And she hugged Isugu, crying at this, but still thanking him for saving Isugu's sister. And Inko immediately just hugged Isumi, and I have said Isugu instead of Isumi, right? Well, oops. Inko hugs Isumi and Bakugo and cried heavily. Mitsuki went into the hallway as well. Isumi went into the not Isumi. Mitsuki went into the hallways as well and just started to scold Bakugo and Isumi for the recklessness and everything. After the whole after the whole scolding thing, they actually saw Tosinori in the background. Um, may I ask who you are and why you're here? Oh, well, I'm Tozunori Yak. Oh shit, give me a moment. Sorry about that. I had to get some water because my voice is awful. Um, sorry. Um, my name is Tozunori Yaki, and I, well, I am here. I am here. Toshinori just puffing up to All Might and exclaiming his catchphrase and just poofing back to Toshinoriaki. Metsuru also was in the hallway, by the way. Also with Toshin, not with Hisashi as well in the hallway. Both of the men is quiet. Both of the men are kind of the same, quiet but kind and very stern when something wrong happened. When the adult sees this, they got shocked, but Isugu just said, "Let's just get into my house." By the way, is Naruko here? Um, no, she's not. She let us in before she had to leave. Damn it, Mister. Well, that can happen. Well, that can happen. I probably had to track it down afterward. Anyways, let's go into my living room. It went into the living room that was kind of cozy and had a view on the grounds of Isugu's home. All of them sat down, and All Might sat in a chair at the end of a table where Bakugo's family and Isugu's family was on two couches, and All Might just explained himself. Explained that he's sorry that he accidentally released the sludge villain from his hold that he actually captured, but his pants when he jumped off probably had loosened, so the bottle of the sludge villain just fell out. So he's sorry that it fell out and will capture Bakugo. But All Might also explained. I'm also here because I want to give your daughter, if she wants to, my a thing that I if she wants to, I can give her, if she wants to be a hero, I want to give her something to help her on her way. And what would that be? Because I know my little Isumi wants to be a hero. Well, I want to give her my quirk. After they heard this, everyone was about to freak out, except Itsuku that I already knew this. They just hear mumble, 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 mumble from Isumi and Hisashi. Sorry, I need some water. They just hear mumble from both of them. After some few moments, All Might just, can you both cut that out? Both of them stopped and just looked at All Might. Like I said, and what I picked up from when you were mumbling, my quirk can my quirk is ancient. Ancient. It's called One for All. All Might's hands just started shining with color. One wielder, the first one, gave it away to the second, to the third, to the fourth, to the fifth, sixth, and seventh. And now to me, the eighth user of One for All. Eighth user of One for All. And I want to give Izumi the ninth. I want Izumi to be my successor and becoming the ninth user of One for All. After after they talked and everything, Izumi agreed to the quirk. All Might told her to where to go and everything. To go to Deku Beach and they have to start training there. When Isugu shit. When All Might says they're gonna train Izumi's body up to standards because One for All is, well, has I am so sorry. All Might explained that yes, she's worthy. Don't worry, she's gonna get it. But Izumi has to build muscle mass to handle the quirk. When everyone asked why, All Might said, well, if she doesn't have muscle mass and can't handle the quirk, she will probably go boom. That's why I'm informing you now. You have to build up muscle mass. When Izumi explained that she has trained a lot with her brother, so she is fit but not muscle bound. She's quicker on her feet than Power. All Might nodded at this, saying she could take it now, but that could probably destroy her if she doesn't build up muscle or make her muscles denser than before, or more stronger but not bulk up like he does. Sorry. Well, All Might explain that she has to bulk up or just make her muscles stronger and everything. He will explain everything tomorrow. Well, it's on the morning of tomorrow. Sorry about that. All Might says that if the parents has any offense to this, they just have to tell him, and he will figure something out. But the parents, Izumi parents, does agree, and Bakugo's parents didn't have a say in it, but still agrees that yeah, they can. This can help Izumi. When Izumi actually asked the question, "Wait, why didn't you ask Big Brother to inherit your quirk?" Everyone actually thought that it could probably work. When All Might just said, "Well, and they just hears Isugu just laughing when he heard that. Isugu laughed and just said, "He already asked me. I refused, of course." This shocked Izumi and just looked at her brother and just asked, "Wait, why didn't you take it?" Isugu smiled and just said, "Well, being a hero and being the a hero is not what I wanted in life, Izumi. I know I'm your hero, but I am not a hero in license. I am the champion. I will always be the champion. Until I'm defeated, I will be I will keep being champion. I will not take All Might's quirk because I don't need All Might's quirk. I am strong enough to defeat villains on my own without my Pokemon. I don't need it. I never will need it. You need it because you will be a hero." Izumi smiles at this and thanks him. She went over and just hugged Isugu that was standing up, saying thank you for Isugu's trust in her. He smiled and just said it was okay. After some few hours of this whole All Might explaining more afterwards, and actually explaining more history of One for All, saying that yes, she does agree, but it did have a villain attached to the crook, but All Might did kill him a long time ago. All Might did kill him 5 years ago, but Izuku said that that man is a monster in on himself, so he probably is alive, but Izuku still hopes that he is actually fucking dead. When everyone, when All Might told everything and he left, after that, the Bakugos left, and so did Izuku's family. Izuku lives alone in his mansion. The mansion has three on the floor itself. There is the ground floor or the kitchen area, the living room, a bathroom down there, a uh, a room where some a miniature bar with pool table is something Izuku very enjoys having in his house. There's the upstairs where There's the upstairs where some rooms are there's a room where a library, a there's a gym room up there as well. There is also a toilet up there, a library, a gym room, and everything. On the There's also a bigger room in on that floor that is Naruko's office. On the next floor, then there is the bedroom. There's the master bedroom, two other bedrooms with big beds. That is the guest rooms, and there's a office as well up there. That's Itsuku's office. But there's also a downstairs. There's also a a it's not an attic. It's the oh god, living room, bedroom, cellar. No, basement. There's a basement, two basements areas of this. There's a basement area where Isugu's Pokemon, some of his Pokemon actually enjoy, where Isugu's Pokemon actually roam around a lot. Isugu's Corviknight actually lives on a balcony. Lives on one of the balconies where he has a little hut and everything where he sleeps. Isugu Umbreon actually sleeps wherever he does. S- Uh oh god damn it. Um Isugu's Sceptiles actually lives in the first basement floor where a little plant area was there towards him where he actually can go outside where Isugu's lawn and I just forget words this day. I can't remember um back garden or backyard is there's a lot of trees around and a little garden where Sceptile actually roam around a lot. Isugu's Hisuian Sorark actually enjoy being around Sceptiles a lot, so she also lives down in the second floor basement and everything. Isuku's Gyarados actually lives in the second basement, but this one is fortified where the ceiling, the walls, and the floor is actually going out towards a bigger pool in Isuku's backyard, where Gyarados actually sleep in a large pool area. Isuku's Frogadier actually lives where the first basement has a little room where Zoroark and Sceptile sleep next to each other. Frogadier or Toxic Frog is a frog. It's a frog, of course. So he has a little pool area that's wet and moist the walls is reinforced and the walls, and of course his little hut is worse and made with water he can sleep in that's connected to the pool. And Isuku's Gyarados just lives in the pool area where it's kind of looks like the bottom of the ocean with a little cave where Gyarados sleep. Isuku has already released his Pokemons around the house, so they can do whatever they want. Right now, him and Umbreon is just hanging out, watching some TV on the just watching some TV on the couch. Him just patting or just patting Umbreon on its head that's on his lap when he hears the door opening to the house. Isugu well, Umbreon and him looked to see what the sound is, and Isugu went towards the entrance, where he sees his fiance walking in. This is Naruko. This Her name is Naruko. She does have a last name, but I actually don't remember what the character's last name is. Naruko is the great 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 granddaughter of Lily Lily from Sun and Moon. The She's the great 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 granddaughter of Lilith or Lily from Sun and Moon. The blonde hair girl you play with and everything. The blonde girl you travel around the Alola Islands. She Naruko is the great great granddaughter of her. Naruto and Naruko and Isuku actually have a history together because at the 2 year mark, Isuku traveled to Alola to get some other Pokemon there or train his team that he already have. Being Sceptile, Hisuian Arcanine, Umbreon, Gyarados, and Toxicroak. Not actually having Corviknight yet because he has not traveled to that country. He has been the other gym leader with Umbreon and Toxicroak beforehand. Well, no. He already have Corviknight. He's just traveling around the world at that point, not taking on the challenges yet. When Isugu arrived at the Alola region, he explored some things and actually ran into Naruko. And at that point, Naruko just traveled with Isugu at that point. But Naruko's appearance is a sort of Naruko from Naruto. She's Naruto's girl perso- girl. He Naruto is Naruto, but if he was a girl. But more blonder hair, more lighter blonde than she is, and doesn't have the whisker mark on her face. She is well something when Naruko does have a little prankster personality in her, but not a lot. She is a serious woman in, well, she's a serious woman that's in the, see, Naruko is a serious woman that actually is the the assistant of Izuku, because she's traveled around the world and know what she knows what Izuku wants to do most of the time. She still gets shocked by his plans sometimes. But those two has traveled around a long time. So of course they fall in love. And both of them are fiance, and they are both of them are supposed to get married in 2 years. Not Both of them are gonna get married in 2 years when Naruko is when both of them are 21. When both of them 21, they're gonna get married. But right now they're just fiance and what different names, but they're fiancés. Naruko walked over to Isugu and gave him a kiss, asking if everything was okay and everything else that happened. Isugu smiled and explained what has happened. Naruko was shocked that All Might actually chose Isugu's sister, explaining that was a fun time hearing seeing that Isugu rejected All for One, but now that All Might has chosen his sister, it kind of got weird. Isugu agreed upon this, and both of them just sat on the couch watching TV with, well, Umbreon on Isugu's lap. So, your sister, I'm happy for her that she can become a proper hero. I know she can be a hero without a quirk, but it will take a lot of time for her. I know, don't worry. I'm glad for her as well. It's been around 3 months later. Izuku has gone to his office in the league building to do his paperwork this day because, well, he is the champion, and even though he has a lot of time on his hands, he still needs to do league stuff. By the way, there will be a lot of characters from other shows that I want to include here. But there's also a different things between timelines. So you understand what's gonna come here. Isugu was sitting in his office, and Naruko was at another desk in his office as well that was doing her own paperwork with her shiny nine tails lying down beside her feet. Umbreon was also out of his ball in, well, cuddling up with with Kurama. Yes, Umbreon is cuddling up to Kurama that Naruko gave the name to the Nine Tails. Naruto was doing his paperwork when a knock on the door was came through. He looked up and see if someone was coming in, but nothing. So he called out that they are allowed to come in. The door opened and a woman walks in with white long hair down to her shoulder. with a Alolan Ninetales walking behind her. And oh god, what's that one's name? I am sorry, I just have to flip. Just have to find the Pokédex. Hmm. Nope, 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 no, no, no. Frostlash. There we go. That was easy to find. You can see this woman with white hair with her Alola Ninetales and her Frostlash coming through the door. Isuku smiled at this woman and put down his pen. Well, no, Isuku stops writing on his computer, not on paper. Ah, Ray, it's good to see you again. How may I help you? Well, we got some new forms here. We got some more things from the Hero Association about the Pokemon license for heroes. Come on, let me see the paperwork. Ray Todoroki, wife to Endeavor or NG Todoroki. In but little backstory about Ray and NG. In this backstory, Ray has became a trainer beforehand. Probably she also did some contents, well, contests around the globe in her youth. And she also did a lot of battling, preferring battling over contest and everything. But she didn't know at a young age that she was going to be married off to NG when she came back. So when she got informed that she is going to get married to NG, she was kind of pissed about it because of her parents. But after NG and Ray met, Ray kind of liked NG a little bit, but when they got married and had when they got married and everything, NG found out that he shouldn't mess with his wife because her Pokemon was more powerful than him or well his single Pokemon. Ray actually wanted to become the champion at one point and actually went up against the previous leader. The the fir- not that one Isugu beat. He Ray went up to the previous champion of Japan, but she almost beat him but still lost. And the former champion asked her to be one of the Elite Four members. So when the next champion came around and wanted to change everyone, he couldn't because of, well, who Ray's husband was. He also threatened the former champion. So the Elite Four members was chosen by the previous previous champion of Japan. So yeah, hold that but so in this version, Ray is not abused or manipulated by NG. NG figured out, don't fucking mess with my wife. She will fuck me up with her Pokemon. And Ray has good control over a quirk. So no one can actually. NG could not fight her. Great. He will probably fucking lose. So the Todoroki family, meaning Toya, Todoroki, Sats. Oh, if I got the previous two, the third, the second brother, and the sister, Ray, and NG Todoroki is the father of Toya Todoroki, Shoto Todoroki. Yeah, I forgot her name. Both of them. So yeah, their family's kind of in a better situation. By the way, Toya didn't actually wanted to become a hero at first, but when they found out about his defect with having his mother's skin, not his father's, for his fire, instead of him going absolutely ape shit, Ray convinced him to become a trainer. He's not an Elite Four member, by the way. No, he's not. So don't worry about that. Well, no, let's actually say that he became an Elite Four member, becoming the Fire Elite Four member. Ray's the Ice type. The others, I will, I will probably mention. So Toya is Elite Four member and actually do a lot of things around. So yeah, whole explanation about Ray and her family. Back to uh, back to where we left off. Izuku looked at the paperwork he has to sign or reject, and and unfortunately for the Hero Commission, he rejected it. Why do they try to do this? No, I will reject this again. The hero license and the Pokemon license should never, ever be the same thing. They cannot just have a Pokemon and say they can use Pokemon in official hero business if they don't get the Pokemon license to make them heroes. I understand, but the Hero Commission, you know how they are. Of course, I know how they are. I have dealt with them for almost what 5 years now. I almost deal with these guys for 5 years. I still don't get that why they try to do this. I know. I will not sign this. I will reject this for obvious reasons. Please deliver this back to the agent that's here or anything. Of course. By the way, is has there been a challenger for come up or anything? No, unfortunately not. It seems like no one wants to actually make you retire from being the champion. Ugh. Well, at least I can fight you guys to keep my skills up. Yes, that is very correctly. By the way, we do have Elite Four meeting in 3 hours, if you will can remember that. Of course, I can remember. Don't worry. Good, good. See you in 3 hours then. See you, Ray. Ray walked out of the office with her Pokemon, and Naruko just looked at her. Naruko looked at Isuku. Let me guess. Hero license is permitted. The Pokemon license is the hero license. So any hero can use Pokemon however they want. Yes, they try to make the hero license make them allowed to do have Pokemons and using hero work. But no, I will always reject it. Because oh my god, we need these license. If we don't, we can't track any of the Pokemon that's in Pokeballs. And who is going to use each Pokeball? Each Pokemon. Isugu sat in a seat just leaning into it, remembering that day around the first year he was champion, how he, well, made the rule. Isugu made a rule for Pokemons, made a Pokemon license where the people that got the license, well, normal civilians, get a civilian Pokemon license where they can use their Pokemon, they can release them, they can feed them and everything. But if they want to battle, they always have to register a former battle. So every so if they want to make an official battle on Pokemon, so everyone can know those two have had a battle beforehand and who has used what Pokemon and whatever. So they can track everything. That's why they have the Pokemon license. But there's also a second license in Japan because all the other region doesn't have a lot of hero. Only the other countries that's not in the main Pokemon games do have hero license, but the other like Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, Unova, and everyone else, they do have heroes, but it's kind of like in the 2 digit or in their 50s or 20s. They're not in the thousands or 100 heroes that's in Japan. So Isugu made a second license for heroes that heroes have to take to use their Pokemon. Isugu knows what hero has their license because there's over 250 in register heroes that use their Pokemon for hero work. He knows all the top 10 heroes has their Pokemon license for heroes registered. But when he recommended that, the Hero Commission said wanted to make the hero license so every hero can use their Pokemon no matter what. But Isugu just shut that down immediately, and no one fucking was angrier than the Hero Commission towards him. So he had to do a lot of things. So all the heroes that use their Pokemon not in a official battle, but in hero work, had to get a warning. Yes, they had their trainer license, but they need to have a trainer license and a hero license for Pokemon so they can use in hero work. Make sense? Okay. So the Hero Commission is trying to make sure that the hero license can also make it so they can use their Pokemon, but Isugu just rejects it all the time because it's stupid. Anyways, is there any more narco I need to do? Um, no, it seems like all that you need to do today is in the meeting in 3 hours. So you have some downtime right now. All right. Thanks. 3 hours. How far is the how far it's the trash beach we got? How far away is that? It's a half an hour ride. I'll see how Izumi is. I know she's training right now. Of course, I will come with as always. Yeah, come on. Isuku stood up and took out Umbreon's Pokeball so he can return her to her Pokeball. Oh yeah, shit, I forgot to mention. Um okay, so Umbreon is a girl, so is Krogon or Toxicroak and Hisuian Sorark as well. Those three are girls. His Sceptile, Gyarados, and Corviknight are males. And Naruto's shiny Volt Ninetales is a male as well. So yeah, half an hour later, Izuku has been in the elite form, the league's four members limo driving to Dagoba Beach. When he arrives, he sees that Izumi is training with All Might right now. But shockingly, he sees more people there than he expected. He sees Bakugo and some few others actually. Izuku hadn't met Bakugo or Izuku's friends before. Not from the high school they go to, but he knows that Izumi and Bakugo actually met some few people outside of school, being their own kind of groups. He knows one of them actually. In a Bakugo's friend group and Izuku's sort of friend group, let me just so it makes more sense why in the future. In Bakugo friend groups, it's the Bakugo squad. It's Bakugo, Kirishima, Denki, Jiro, Mina, and Bakugo, Kirishima, Denki, Jiro, Mina, and Sero. Bakugo goes to his own school. Kirishima and Mina goes to their school. Denki and Jiro and Sero goes to the same school as well. In Isumi's group, it's kind of different because of not them knowing Ida by this point, but Isuku being quirkless actually has some few friend groups. Izumi has Uraraka as a friend because she actually met her when she moved to Musutafu, Musutafu with her family for their company to get more work. Actually being hired by the Elite Four members, but Isugu didn't know about uh, their company's daughter. So Uraka met Izumi at one point. There's also Suyu that's in a group, in a support group for young people that has been discriminated against. So Izuku met Suyu there that introduced to Uraka. She also knows Todoroki because of Izuku at one time. She also knows Tokoyami and Shochi, the guy with the tentacle that's well in the same support group that Izumi and Suyu are in. So they know Tokoyami and Shoji, tentacle guy. So yeah, those six, well, not those 12 people that's actually on the beach. He was shocked they're even there. So when he went into the parking lot and just went out, none of the kids saw them because they were cleaning up the beach. Isuku walks towards All Might. He walks towards Toshinori right now and stood beside him with Naruko behind him. So, why is there more people than I thought there would be? Oh, hello, Ituku. Oh, hello, Midoriya. Well, it seems that Bakugo and Izumi, well, said they're doing training on the beach because Bakugo joined her, and the others thought it will be kinda nice to get some more muscle and do some community work. Oh, they've done good actually. Yes, they have. At that point, Izumi went up with some trash she had under in a. Izumi walked up with a microwave in her on her shoulder. When she sees her brother and Naruko there, she smiled and waved and went over to trash dump trash huge metal trash compactor, or think not trash compactor, trash, you know what I mean. If you don't, it's a huge metal box with no roof on top. But there's also a storage box there, but those are the compliance they can sell. The other one is just trash. So when Naruto got into the storage box and put it down, she went out and went over to her brother and hugging him. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, Isuku. It's good to see you as well, Isumi. So, I didn't know you brought your friends here. And Bakugo friends. Yeah, I told them when I were in a when we went out a week ago. They asked if they could join to get more training and do community work. I see. Makes sense. By the way, for safety's sake, have you were talking about temporary license to clean the beach. I made a I asked if some government leaders if the beach can be cleaned with use of their quirk if there were a hero or a hero's recommendation here. So that means me. That means some heroes I know has come and see the cleanup, and me as All Might, and me Tojinoi Yagi his assistants. I see that's smart. Yes, of course. Itsugu talked to, well, Izumi and All Might for a minute before he asked to be introduced to Bakugo friends and Izumi friends. Izumi nodded and walked down to the beach where he can see some of them still, well, sorting out the trash when she yells out, "Hey, guys! Come and meet my brother and his fiance." When all the people heard this, when all of them heard this, they stopped what they were doing and turned around to see, and some of them walked around some trash to see Izumi and Isugu, and some of them were excited to meet the champion of Japan. All of them walked over to Isugu and Naruko, and walked over to Izumi, Isuku, and Naruko. Bakugo was the first one that was closer to them to well, greet Isuku. Sub cuz, sub, sub cuz. Hello, cousin. Or hello, Isuko. Hello, Bakugo. You've doing great here. Thank you. If wait, this is not another video. I'm still recording this one. I'm sorry. I was about. Um, did I mention that Bakugo actually? Yeah, I think I mentioned that Bakugo respect Isugu more than ever. How he is as a champion and everything. Isugu smiled at Bakugo and greeted him, turning to Todoroki that was also near, and greeted Todoroki as well. Todoroki, it's good to see you again. How's your family? I know Ray is fine. My brothers and my brothers and sister are fine. They're doing great. Oh, that sounds good. How's your father, by the way? He um he got a little argument with my mother and he had to take the day off from work. I see. He did something stupid. Yes, good. The next one to come up was Bakugo, not Bakugo, Kirishima and Mina. Kirishima walked over to greet Isugu with Mina. You're the champion, right? Isugu Midoriya? You're the champion, right? Isugu, right? Yes, but just call me Isugu or Deku. I'm actually don't mind that name now. That's still part of me. Right, but I'm one of your biggest fans. Hmm. Oh, you are? Well, that's great to hear. I hope you're training to be a hero. I hope you become a great one if you are this excited. Yes, of course. Mina immediately jumped over in front of Kirishima. I'm Mina Ashido. I'm also a huge fan of your fighting style and your toxic croak. Oh, that's sweet to hear. Thank you very much. And you look interesting. You're a mutant? A little. I am not fully mutant. I just have acid as a quirk. Ah, so it changed your skin color and your eyes because of the poison in you. Yes. Well, okay then. The next one came up was Tokoyami and Shochi, tentacle guy. I think I'm just gonna call him tentacle guy. Sorry, I get kind of confused by Soji and the big lip guy and big lip guy and octopus guy. The lip guy is not Shochi. That's I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna call him octopus guy after if I say Shochi, I mean octopus guy. I'm so sorry. Tokuyami and Soji went up to Isuku. It's great to meet you. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Champion. Oh, please don't call me Mr. Champion. Just call me Isuku or call me Deku. Probably easier to call me Deku for you. Of course. I'm also a huge fan of your help with the some communities around the world. Yes, you are a mutant type with your friend over here, right? What's your name? Sochi. Shochi. I am also yes, I'm also a fan of yours. Ah, I see. I understand. I've actually heard about you two. You are in the same support group as Isumi, right? Yes, that's how we met. She's a very nice girl. She's a very nice friend. Ah, yes, my little sister can be that way. Wait, your sister? She didn't. I didn't tell because I didn't want anyone else to think I'm using his status. Oh, I didn't mean like that, Isumi. I'm sorry. It's fine, Shoji. Isugu saw this and smiled a little, actually knowing about something. Actually knowing about Isumi that no one else knows. But he will keep that a little secret. The next few people came up like Denki and Danky and Jiro came up to greet him as well, actually not being fans of him. They still admire him as a Pokemon trainer, but they are not fans or anything. Ikusugu just knew that. Isugu just said it was fine, they're not fans of him. He doesn't really mind. The next one, the next, the next two one. Wait, I've gone through Kushima, Mina, Denki, and Jiro. I'm missing Sero. Went up to also greet him, actually being a smaller fan of him, but not a bigger one. He's more fan of the strongest of the Elite Four members, the absolute strongest of them. And the next two people were Uraka and Suyu. Oops. When they come up and talk to him, Uraka actually mentioned that Izuku actually hired her family for construction, and Izuku actually remember the construction company he actually worked with because he actually enjoyed how they built everything. He also met Suyu Isugu, one of Isumi's best friends with Uraraka. They also talked and everything, and Isugu just said that he was here just to see how Progress was doing. Didn't know actually know that all of them will some of them will actually be here. Not to, they didn't take offense or anything. And Yusuke actually released one of his Pokemon, released his Sceptile, because that is his first partner. So Isugu released Sceptile out for just, well, the reason for help, because Isugu actually started to help them, just removing trash and actually helping use some other ways to lift things or do some other workouts. The kids appreciate this, and the 2 hours went by without any hitch, but Isugu had to leave after that because of their meeting, because of the meeting that he needs to do. He said goodbye to everyone and left after that. And half an hour later, after Isugu went back to the Elite Four and went into his room that was in the Elite Four building and cleaned himself up, and he went to the meeting hall. Him being the last with Naruto, him being the last person there because Naruto was already there, him coming in and greeting everyone else, sitting down in front and looking at his Elite Four members. The Elite Four members being. Oh, wait, how old is Dobby in the regional canon? My. Oops. My Hero Academia. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Character. Nope, you. So, Dobby. Dobby at this point is 3 years older than Isuku. Wait, what the hell is that? Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh yeah, I didn't. Sorry, I just looked at his age, and currently we only know him as 24 years old at the end of the series. We didn't see him die or anything. So yeah. So yeah, right now Dobby is around 22 years old because we haven't reached the start of the entrance exam yet. It's been 4 months or 2 months like I said. So yeah, Dobby is 22 years old, actually being recommended by Ray after Isuku kicked out. After Isuku kicked out a Elite Four member that's the same as the old champion, so he kicked him out, and Ray recommended him to be an Elite Four member. So yeah, Dobby's in it. His nickname for stage is Dobby. His real name is Toya Todoroki. Toya has fire type Pokemon, having his having a wait. Can I not? Shh, come on. type, fire. Oh shoot, that is actually fucking cool. Like actually, dude, that was easier. Sorry, I just looking at the Pokédex and I realized that I could switch. Um, and beside Toya was his Pokemon. His main fire type Pokemon is the name. His favorite is Volcarona. His first ever starter. I wouldn't describe every single person on their team. Volcarona is just Dobby's Pokemon. He is the strongest of all of his. The next one, like I said, was Ray with her nine Alola Ninetales. Yeah, Alola Ninetales. That's beside her. The next two was actually related to Naruto. Well, the next one is related to Naruto's family, being Nagato. Nagato, yes, there will be a lot of people here that's, well, from Naruto because fuck you, I don't care. Nagato has his, well, strongest Pokemon out that's, oh, it's gonna be a psychic. I know. Um, oh yeah, that's actually more perfect for him. Ooh, the name is, he has Doll, Claydol by his side, just floating there and everything else. Beside him is Nakato's fiance, because if we're going original line, someone's dead. Beside him is Codon, Coden, and ooh, that's gonna be hard. What typing she is? She's made out of paper, but she can also fly. Yeah, that's just easier to do. Flying type. Beside Conan is her flying companion. Hmm. Oh wait, yeah, that can actually work. Nope, wrong one. Uh, you. It's a you. Yes, you're. Yeah, that actually fucking works. So the Pokemon I chose for her right now is Oricorio, the flying ghost type version, because that actually works. Sorry. Because that fucking works with her. Oricoria, the, what is that word? There's two words. Oricoria, the sensu style of Oricoria, that one works with Conan actually more and looks actually more like Conan. Yes. So yeah, Conan has Oricoria, like I said, style, sensu style. I think it said that one Conan has as their main partner. They have other Pokemons that's probably stronger than them, but that is their favorite Pokemon to have. They still love their Pokemon, of course. Conan and Nagito actually got, well, as Ray did, actually got chosen by the previous champion for being in there, and they're around, let's say, 3 years younger than Conan right now, having kids and everything. But he understood that their childhood. Nagato had a powerful quirk in his eyes, but even though he uses wanted to become a hero, he was more interested in Pokemon and how they do, so he just went into that. Conan also were no Nagato and Conan was orphaned with Yamato or the Nagato, Conan, Yagato, Yamato, the third member of their group. Yep. Um. 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 Uh. Naruto. Da, 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 da. Nope. Wrong one. Oh yeah. Yahiko. There it is. Yahiko. Yahiko was Conan and Nagato's best friend when they were younger. They grew into they grew into teenagers at age 15, but Yahiko died in a villain attack when they were younger. So after he died, they took in his Pokemon and those two stuck together like in Naruto. But instead of going evil, they wanted to, well, go into the career Yahiko went into. That's Pokemon training because Yahiko was quirkless. He was quirkless because he's the normal of every both three of them. Conan has the paper paper thing that's a quirk, her paper quirk, and Nagato has his eyes. So yeah, those things changed. After that, they um they fell in love, but Nagato had some issues, but they still went through it and got married. They love each other very much. And they have some kids that's around 6 years old by now. They have two twins. Reference to another story. They have two twin daughters and one son that's 2 years younger than them. So two 6-year olds and one 4-year old. So yeah, that's why their little backstory. Go back to the scene at the meeting. Isuku sat down on the stool at the end of the table, looking at his computer. All right, then. Let's get this meeting up and running. So, is has there any news that's not about the Hero Commission trying to make the Hero License permission to carry Pokemon in hero situations? Anything else but that? Yes, the next Pokemon festival that's gonna be near here is about to come again, and we need some more planning. We need to plan that out again. I see. Next Pokemon festival. Always love that time of year. The Pokemon festival in this one, it's like in the Black and White series where Ash, si- Ash, and the his group from Black and White series went to the Kanto festival in Unova, where Ash meets Charizard again. It's kind of like that, but it's just around Pokemon and everything, just having fun and stuff. When Izuku asked about the money, how it costs, what they have to set up, and who will do, they do all that paperwork. When he asked again, so we have done that paperwork. We probably need to talk about more about that next 4 weeks before the festival comes up. Anything else that needs to be talked about here? Um, yes, we actually know that. Yes, actually. Conan stood up and walked over with a tablet to Isuku. Isuku took it and thanked her and looked at, well, what there is on the tablet. What do you mean that's what do you mean that no one wants to challenge us? What do you mean by that? In this, it means some trainers are still doing the gym challenge, but actually fighting us after the whole league where they have to battle who's gonna battle us. The winners of that never chose to battle us, it seems. Oh god. So what are so if one of you want to retire, we have to choose from the gym leaders now? Yes. That's actually what we have to do. Oh god. All right. So no one was challenged, so I can't choose new Elite Four members if you want to retire or an accident happened that you probably die. So gym leaders we have a rock type, grass type, steel type gym, dragon type gym at the end, of course. We also have ghost type, 8 badges, right? It's 8 badges. All right, so our grass, water, and fire type gyms, they have young people, so they probably wouldn't take the position of Elite Four members. Steel, poison. The steel poison type leaders has said they didn't want an elite a be a elite four members. So those three were five. We have what left? We have mm, well, we have Michuri from the fairy type leader that has a little sister that will can take over for her. Ah, yes, the fairy type team leader. She can actually be a good one. She has a good team and everything. Uh, electric type gym leader. He is um. Oh God, I Kitawa. Right. The He's around his 20s by now. He's actually 19, sir. He's also young, but he actually said he actually probably will enjoy being a Elite Four members. Oh, yes, that actually will be good. Does he has anyone to replace him? Yes, he has a little sister as well. Oh, okay, okay. So we have two. So we will be fine. We will be fine and everything. Um, any more things I have to talk about? We have to talk about or anything? Yes, we actually got a message from someone. Hmm? Might that be Ray? Well, Ray pushes over a another tablet that he takes as well. Looking at it, Netsu, what do Netsu want? He's from a hero school, right? Yes, but he has come up with a propose a something that we can actually do. Isuku looked at Ray with a kind of confused look, but tapped on the email and started to read it. Dear Elite Four members, I know that your Elite Four hasn't gotten a challenge for around 2.5 years, of course. So I will recommend a in the hero course, or if in the hero course, or if children wants to get a Pokemon class, so they can get their Pokemon Hero license if they want Pokemon or not. Huh. Hmm. A class. Well, well, I will ask if the champion and the Elite Four will come in and teach the teach my students from the first years to the third years about Pokemon and their habitats, what they need to do, and how to befriend them. Harder types, fair types, and everything, so they can use their Pokemon for hero work and everything, so they can get their Pokemon Hero license. Sent by Principal Nesu of UA High. Ah, what do you think? Hmm. Well, this I cannot decide by my own, of course. I need all of you to do the same. But this sounds like a good idea. We have hundreds of thousands of heroes without their Pokemon hero license, and a lot of them has tried to use their Pokemon. So we have to stop them. But if we have a class, Toya picked up on what he was about to say before the others did. We can teach them. We can train them so they can use their Pokemon for hero work. So they are allowed to use their Pokemon so they have their license before they leave UA. Correct, because a lot of those heroes that make try to get their license for Pokemons are already heroes in their first year of being heroes. All of them think about this, and Isuku said, "Well, I will take Nezu up on this offer because it sounds very useful for this society." What do the others want to say? The others looked, and Ray raised her hand. I am also agreeing about this. I will also help UA with their teaching their young students about Pokemon and hero license to Pokemon. Nagato and Conan raised their hand at the same time and also agreed, and Toya agreed as well. Well, that's it. We will take Nesu on this offer. Isugu wrote on the bottom that all the send a message to Nesu that all the Elite Four will will help Nesu with Pokemon classes, but they also have to do some learning about teaching and everything. A month later, a month has passed by, and Isuku has been a little more busy than usual. So the day off he gets is always what he enjoys, the Pokemon Festival. A vendors is all over the in front of the Elite Four building. Vendors is around selling stuff, Pokeballs, and talking about Pokemon. Some games were up where they can win some snacks, some gifts, and everything. But why he enjoyed this day the most is he's around his family, his dad, mom, and Isumi, and with her his fiance. They're walking around having fun, trying some games and having a fun time with their family. His Pokemon was also out of their Pokeballs. Gyarados is obvious near the a giant lake that was there. He also sees some Pokemons around the festival as well. He actually sees some ghost type flying around. He sees some Litwicks that's around. He also sees some. He also sees some. Mm, he also sees some starters that some trainer has out, and some Eevees, Clovernite. He sees a lot of Pokemons. I will not say a lot. He was hanging around he was walking around when a little situation come up. This will be a funny one. No, it will not be a funny one. Um, a situation had come up that Isugu was informed of on the battlefield that was near the Elite Four building that a lot of people actually battle at because they're allowed to battle there. Isugu got informed of a little situation that was there, and Isugu went over to check it out. Isugu stood in the crowd that was watching the Pokemon battle that was there, seeing seeing two kids that was fighting with a cheer dude and a no. Um oh no no no. Oh. Actually make this sort of funny. What would fit him? Yeah, that would work fantastic. Isugu sees a battle between a blonde haired boy with a slicked haircut and a Mr. Mime battling against another just a random kid with a cipher. Oh, oh shit, my phone. The Isugu sees their kid battling when the kid with the Mr. Mime knocks the cipher out. When the blonde kid started laughing at the other one, just making fun of him, saying that he's not worthy of having a Pokemon if he can't battle as great as Monoma. And Isugu realized who he is. This is Monoma, the younger son of the younger brother of the previous champion. Even though they have different quirks, they are brothers. And he has si- some bad interaction with the Monoma family. And Monoma was a worst case scenario. Well, a better case than his older brother because Isuku immediately, after the whole incident with the previous champion and everything, the Monoma family was not into the MLA stuff, but the older brother was because he has a weaker quirk and got influenced. So yeah, but Monoma and everything, he had to redeem himself, but he still had that arrogance. The report was that an arrogant kid was fighting legally, but it was still annoying a lot of people. So Isugu had to deal with this again. Isugu sighed and walked over to the where he can go get down to the battlefield behind Monoma that was talking a lot of smack to the other kid. When Isugu went behind him and just put his hand on Monoma's shoulder, making Monoma stop and look behind him. I see you hasn't changed at all for about a year, Monoma. Champion Isugu. Apologize to the kid. Apologize to the kid. W- Monoma. Monoma shut up and walked over to the kid, bowing and apologizing for his actions, saying that it's kind of a thing that he can't control. The kid still looked pissed at him and said it was, and just said fine, he accepted it, but he didn't fucking care and ran off. Isugu just rubbed his just rubbed his temples, just annoyed by this. When he hears someone coming up, he turns to see Izumi. Do you want to battle? Monoma looked at Izumi, actually not met her before, and said, do you want to? Yes, of course, I want to battle you. When Monoma accepted the battle, and Isugu, seeing that it was official, had cannot stop the battle, actually. So he went over to the referee area and asked the person that was there if he can take over from the battle. The referee that's always around there accepted the champion's request and let Isugu take over. All right. This will be a one-on-one battle, one Pokemon, and that's it. Do you all understand? The two of them nodded and said, all right. Monoma, are you ready to fight? Yes, sir. Isumi, are you ready to fight? Yes. All right, let the battle begin. Isugu threw his hand down and both of them released their Pokemon. Being Monoma's Mr. Mime again, that has been healed because there was a station, and Isumi's um shoot. And Isumi's Combuskin. Yes, Izumi had a tour trick when she was around 10 when she was allowed to get one because she was quirkless. The ages, by the way, the ages of when they get their Pokemon is different. When quirkless people are 10, they can get their Pokemon, and if they had a quirk, they have to go, they have to wait 2 more years before they get their Pokemon. And right now, they're both around 14 to 15. So Sumi has trained her Combuskin more longer than anyone else. So, um, when the match got called, Monoma immediately shouted out pounce to Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime tried to hit when running over and trying to use a pound on Combuskin, but Izumi immediately called out quick attack to dodge and then hit Mr. Mime in the side. Combuskin dodged the move and well, immediately hits Mr. Mimes on his left side, sending him away from Combuskin. Monoma immediately called out Copycat and using the last move Izumi used, that being Quick Attack, to try to hit, well, Combuskin. When Mr. Mime was about to hit, well, Combuskin, Izumi also called quick attack to dodge. Dodging, well, as well. Dodging the move from Mr. Mime. When Combuskin landed, Izumi called out sand attack to, well, to lower the accuracy of, well, Mr. Mime. Sand attack hit Mr. Mime's eyes, lowering its, attack stats. I think it does that. Anyways, hits Mr. Mime, making it a little more harder to hit. When Monoma called out pound again, Mr. Mime was about to, it was running over to, well, Combuskin, but landed beside Combuskin instead, damage itself. Izumi immediately called out flame tackle to Combuskin. Combuskin jumped back and then used Flame Tackle to hit Mr. Mime to the side. But Monoma, in having a grin, and Izumi recollected that Mr. Mime could use a special move, and Izumi already knows about Monoma because of Izuku, knows about his quirk and everything, called out Sand Attack before Monoma could do anything, and then he called out Roleplay for trying to copy Flame Tackle, but failed and copied Sand Attack instead. When Monoma got confused about this, Izumi asked for a quick attack, so she dodged the Sand Attack instead. When Combustion was in the air, Izumi called out Aerial Ace to Mr. Mai to Combustion. Izumi winning down, Combusking falling down onto Mr. Mime and using Aerial Ace. Yeah, it's Aerial Ace. Did I say something else? My mistake. Sorry. To hit Mr. Mime in its face, sending it back to Monoma, knocked out. Izumi cheered for Combuskin's running up and hugging it. Monoma returning the Mr. Mime and just sighed at this. Izumi looked at her Combuskin, happy that he, well, could battle and remember how she got it. 4 years ago, 4 years and some months ago, Izumi was around 10 years old. Well, Izumi turned 10 a month ago. Izuku had become champion a few months ago beforehand, before she turned 10. Izuku was, did I say 15? So 15 when he went up to the Elite Four. He fought the champion at 15. So Izumi was 10, but now Izuku is 19 and is gonna turn 20 in a few months. Izumi is around 14 as well. At this point, almost turning 15. So yeah, if I'm correct for what I'm saying. So Izuku is 15, 16 here, middle of that range. When he invited his family over because he was busy these last couple of months. Still is, but had some free time at this point. Izuku was in his backyard with his girlfriend, Naruko, at this point, and his Hasuian Sorark by his side, holding something. Congratulations of being 10, and I'm still sorry that I couldn't come to your birthday party. It's fine, don't worry, brother. Anyways, I got permission to give you something that I know our mom and dad hasn't done yet, or you went over to a place where you can get this. But Sororog may walked in front and showed a case where she pushed a button showing free Pokemon. This is free starters I have chosen chose for you. Really? Yes. We got Bulbasaur, Turtwig, and Supple. You can choose either one of them, either one of these three, to have as your partner. What are you? I'm sorry, I thought of. Sorry, I thought one of my animals is in here. Well, Izumi thought about it and thought about Bulbasaur not being her style. She's thought about Sobble, but didn't match either when she chose the middle one, picking the Pokeball up and releasing it, showing a Turtwig standing there with its eyes and its eyes with shining eyes. Izumi smiled and greeted the little. I'm sorry. I thought someone was there. The Turtwig had a shine in its eyes with excitement when it went up to Izumi and jumping up and down, saying its name. Okay, I can definitely hear you, you little. Give me a moment. After, well, sorry about that. After Turtwig jumped up and down, Izumi picked it up and had it in her arms. The Turtwig showed a smile in its eyes, and Izumi smiled as well. Isugu agreed with the choice, and Solroy put the two other balls, Pokeballs away. After a week of having Turtwig and, having it around her, she was playing in the park with Katsuki, and some bullies tried to bully her. But Turtwig went in, and the kids thought they can just take it and get their Pokemon. But Turtwig, uses Scratch and everything, beating the bullies off, beating, beating the bullies off and everything. So Isugu knows that that's her partner. Flashback then. Isugu Isugu walked up to the cheering two, and seeing Monoma has already left, walking up to the cheering two, and stood well beside them. Congratulations on your win. You two did actually great. You two did great in your battle. Thank you, brother. Now, um, sorry. Thank you, brother. That's great to hear. Two people went up to both of them, being Bakugo and Joji, tentacle guy. When Bakugo congratulated on her win, and Joji smiled and agreed as well, making her blush a little. This is noticed by Izuku but not Bakugo. Joji didn't notice either. When the two boys said they were gonna do something they're gonna find the others and talk, both of them waved them off when Isugu said, "So, you still have that?" Shut up! Yeah, I thought so. Jerk! Oi, I'm not a jerk! Yes, you are! No, I'm not. Be quiet. Fine, fine. Isugu smiled and, surround put an arm around Izumi and started to walk with, well, um, uh, mm, with Toxicroak by his side and Izumi's. Oh shoot, Blaze, not Blaze again. Uh, not Cyndaquil. It's Combustion. Isugu had Combustion by her side, and Isugu had, Toxicroak by his side. Well, we better get some more fun in. I can I can be a jerk, but I'm still your older brother. Fine. He pushed Isugu for fun, and Isugu just laughed at this, walking into the festival and having some more fun. The last months went by quickly. Izumi got her body up and re- Izumi trained her body up to receive one for all, getting it and getting hurt by it in the last month of her training. Her being rushed to UA and getting healed, and Isuku helping her how to control one for all, because All Might said that he got that immediately and didn't break his arms. So Isumi has been training with One for All, getting the percentage up to 2% at this point. Her combustions also grow at that point up to up a few more level. Her seeing that her combustion was about to change color into more reddish color. Izuku told her that is a sign that she is very near, but not near enough to evolve. This kind of thing is happening to Pokemon all over the world, where Izuku actually allowed her to watch a Magikarp in a tank that watch some Magikarp under the beside the Elite Four base. There were a sort of pond area that was a little, not a pond but a not a stream. It's not an ocean. It's a pond. Not a stream. Not a river. It's a lake. There were this big ass lake in one part of the Elite Force area, where Isuku actually showed Izumi once a, a few 2 years ago that it was a huge ass pond, but there were glass under the whole thing. On the side of the lake, there was a glass of wall all around it, so the League 4 member can check on it and research a little more. Where Izuku actually showed her that a lot of Pokemon and fish live there. Yes, there are normal animals in this universe as well. Where Izuku pointed out a Magikarp to her. This one looked like a normal Magikarp with normal scales, but the color was different. Almost half of the Magikarp was turning blue, meaning that it was near evolution. When Izumi visited once more and got shown the same Magikarp, he pointed out a Gyarados instead. It has been a week since she was there and was shown a Gyarados at the bottom of the lake, where Izumi can see that the lake is much deeper than she thought, where she saw a few Gyarados being there under the sea. He pointed out the new because it was quite smaller than the other Gyarados in the lake. Izumi understood that her Pokemon was near, but not near enough for evolution. The feathers only had the feathers on the Pokemon from its head area was turning a little red. When the whole thing is covered, maybe it will evolve. But she would have understood of evolution of Pokemon. After that, Izumi was told a lot more about Pokemon and everything, but that's not what we are gonna focusing on. We are gonna focus on UA. Izumi has trained her quirk to use 2% of One for All, but she's not allowed to use combustion at the test. So she had to put it away in her bag of things. When Izumi had done all the orientation and intro to the whole test area and saw a blue-haired guy yelling at President Mike because she the muttering thing was her brother's, she was quite glad that she didn't have it. Izumi stood in front of the gate and looked up on it, seeing that it was quite massive and everything. When she heard someone familiar saying hello to her, looking beside her to see Shoji, octopus guy, standing beside her with his smiling eyes. Her blushing a little, but no one noticed it, and Izumi greeted him. So, I heard your quirk came in late. Yeah, it's quite fortunate, but my body had to, well, evolve, as you can say, into a better form, so my body could handle it. But I have to, well, diminish the amount I can use. Ah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Well, you better get ready. You know what your brother taught us that one day? Yes, of course. She remembers some words that Isugu taught all of them when the gates started opening. And Izumi saw she saw the gate start opening and remembered the words. Don't hesitate. There's no countdown in a battle where life and death are on it. Izumi ran in with Soji by her side, and both of them rushed down, well, rushed down a road to see some villain bots and started to fight them. After that, they could Izumi couldn't hear it, but Soji had an ear out, and he heard it. Octopus guy. He heard that President Mike told them the others to go, and they rush in. Izumi fought the villain she could see when Shoji pointed it into a building. I can hear some more villain bots inside some buildings. Izumi nodded and rushed in with Shoji. They started to defeat villain bots and everything. They started to defeat villain bots that was inside the building and rushed toward another one, defeating more and more. After some few minutes of doing this, there was an announcement that there were 5 minutes left on the test. When Soji and Izumi decided that they have had enough point and wanted to the others to get some more, when they heard a 0 point coming from a place and seeing it rising from the ground and up. When they saw this, both of them was about to run when they heard a girl yelling for help, and both of them rushed in to save her. When both of them picked her, when both of them picked the girl up and was about to leave, when Soshi picked the girl up and looked up at the 0 pointer lifting its hand, he knew they're all gonna be hurt some when a high noise came behind them, seeing something ran into the chest of the 0 pointer. When they look behind, they see a mega septile Am I correct? That's Septile, right? Grass and the Pokemon. Septile, yes. A Mega Septile with his tail. Well, does it grow back? If it doesn't, I am afraid of what it could do. But yeah, let's say the tail grows back immediately. When Mega Septile used it to attack, they turned around and walked up to, well, the others. Izumi realized that this was her brother's Septile, meaning that he was around the test area. Septile helped. Well, Septile went over to the group and had a potion in its hands, giving it to Izumi. Her using it on the girl's foot and seeing it healing, shocking the girl and asking how the potion can work on her. When Izumi, well, just told her, well, you see, most people has it wrong with potions from using Pokemon battles. Well, potion heals, yes, but potion also heal humans, not only Pokemon. So, yeah, I see. Thank you, both of you. And who's that Sceptile's owner? Oh, that's my brother's Sceptile. He's Isuku Midoriya, also known as, oh, bird, also known as Deku. You mean the champion? That's his Mega Sceptile? Isumi nodded and Sceptile just had a look that said, just nodded at and waved Isumi goodbye, jumping off towards the a tower in the middle of four zones, being E, B, C, D. In in the observation room, Sceptile landed on the balcony of the tower, walking in the building and walking down the hallway, de-evolving to just normal Sceptile. Walking into the room where he could see his trainer sitting at a stool watching the whole exam with the Elite Four by his side. When Subtile heard a voice looking at a stowed mouse bear cat thing, dog thing. And the thing just couldn't well thank you for rescuing the student, Mr. Isuku, and your Subtile as well. Thank you. It's no problem. You did a good job, Subtile. Izuku held out the fruit and Septile walked over to eat it. Well, it seems that that one had a little malfunction. Am I correct? Yes, it seems like that one had a malfunction. Powder, did you check that one? That one. No, actually not. It seems I had forgotten. It seems I have forgotten to make a repair on that one. I am so sorry. That's on me, Principal Nesu. It's fine. That will just come out of your paycheck. God damn it! On my teacher's salary. Ah, shit. Everyone laughed at this, but after that, everyone gets ready to do paperwork. 2 weeks has passed since the whole entrance exam, and Izumi got nervous upon again not getting her letter. After some few moments, after some few moments of sitting down at the table looking at a fish and their mother and father getting worried, a letter came in through the door that Izumi heard and, well, that Blaziken heard and walked up over to the door, grabbing the envelope and seeing what it is, running back and jumping up and down, having the having the letter in its hands. Izumi smiled and thanked you her Pokemon, and seeing what it is, immediately opens and put the thing on the table. Not knowing what to do, she looked around the thing and saw a button and pressed it, making a recording of All Might popping up, making the whole spiel and everything. When she when she got the news that she got second place, you got second place in the whole exam, Mr. Soji, your partner in the entrance exam you were with, got third place. Because he worked with Izumi getting some more points, but still not getting much. Bakugo, of course, being number one, actually get 103 points instead of 99. So he got 4 rescue points just saving someone from getting hit by debris. Izumi cheered upon this and got excited for the whole thing to start. When Izumi went in to check out her uniform and was smiling, looking at all the things that she got. By the way, I've totally realized that I mentioned that it was Uraraka that got saved, but that's not true. It's just a random girl. I just realized that I forgot that Uraka and Izumi already knows each other. So yeah, it's just a random girl. If you're hearing this right now, that if you knew that it was Uraraka, don't be confused. It's just a random girl. Fixed it. So when Izumi went in checking out her uniform and everything, she got excited for the first day to arrive. In front of UA, the first day has arrived for Class 1A, the first year students. Izumi was watching the whole building, mesmerized by it. When someone put an arm around her shoulder, looking and seeing Bakugo. Come on, Izumi, we're getting late. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's go then. Izumi walked into the building and both of them saw where they have to go. Class 1A and Class 1B? Wait, are Class 1A and B just together at this point? Huh, I think so. We need to go there. Uh, that's. Oh, God, we don't have a map. When they say that a little Rotom came out of the electrical line and waved at them. Both of them got shocked by this, but the Rotom buzzed and pointed towards the paper. Izumi realized it and pointed at the Class 1A and Class 1B room. And Rotom nodded, zooming down the hallway. Zooming down the hallway, and both of them walked after it. The Rotom always stopped at a corner, waiting for them, and then it zoomed off another way, getting to the class after 3 minutes of walking. Arriving at the class, and the Rotom bounced around, where Izumi sees a little sign near the door. Rotom food, Rotom food, and there was a little sign on the dispenser for it. In UA, we have Rotoms that can help students figure out where they have to go. Give them this kibble or this food so they can feel appreciated. Izumi walked over and took out, well, two kibbles for her and Bakugo. She handed the food over, and the Rotom was happy that it got extra and zoomed off. Izumi smiled at this and looked at Bakugo. That was very nice of it. Yeah, actually, that was actually kind of smart of you, eh? Both of them nodded and opens the door to Class 1A, seeing around 47 students. Sorry about that. I have to cut something out. No, around mm, 37 students that has arrived at the whole at their meeting place. Bakugo and Izumi sees their friends at a corner of the whole room, hanging out and everything else. When they hear someone walking down, well, running down the hallway. Sorry about that. When they turn, they see Uraka running to the door, and she also saw them and waved at them. It's good to see you guys. How was your how was your entrance exam? Oh, we did actually great. That sounds good. What about you, Bakugo? Like, didn't you see it? I got first place. Oh, that's nice. What's that supposed to mean? Hmm? Before they could talk any more, Izumi sees a little Rotom behind Uraka, and she knew what it wanted, so she walked over and took a gibble and give it to the Rotom. When it smiled and flied away. What was that about? Oh, you can give this to the Pokemon. You can give this to the Rotoms, so they have some food. Oh, that is actually nice of you, eh? Yeah, wasn't it? Yeah, I know. Anyway, we should probably go in. Yeah, we should. All three of them walked in, and students saw who walked in, but after a minute, they turned around. Izumi sees that Monoma was there with some other people, being a orange-haired girl and a silver-haired guy. Silver-haired guy. Mina waved at them to come up to the front, come to where they were sitting, and all three of them walked up to them, greeting their friends and sitting down and started to talk. When, after 5 minutes, the classroom, the class started and the door opened, seeing this muscular guy with a hero costume on, with red and white colors on his shirt, walking in with a worm. The guy walked over to the podium and put the worm down on the ground. Put the worm on the ground, and Izumi spotted two Pokemon coming in beside him. One of them, shoot. One of them being a blue toad like Pokemon, walking in beside a. Oh, what would fit a Vlad King? A poison type. A poison type would probably work more with Vlad King than anyone else. Vlad King is a big dude with red colors, and it uses blood in his system. But none Pokemon uses that. Yep, no, no, that will not work. He's not a music artist either. Would that work? No, that probably not work either. That one, that one definitely fucking works for Black King. Give me a moment. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Um, Scullipede. Scullipede walked in a uh, a uh, a big like a big beetle with two antennas on top with a droopy kind of eyes walked in beside the blue big toad that was walking in. When the students went quiet, the worm thing stood up and unzipped itself, revealing to be a sleeping bag, with the big guy standing in front and started to talk. Goddamn. My, na- my name. My name is. Shit, it's. Okay, my name is Black King. I'm gonna do that voice because it's kind of fucking easier. I can't do that. I can't do that voice. I can't do that voice. No, that was not it. I will just. My name is Vlad King. Fuck. Oh, that's the first time I think I've ever done Vlad King. Um, my name is Vlad King, and I'm gonna be your second homeroom teacher. As you might have noticed, Class 1A and Class 1B has formed into a bigger class, but still is called Class 1A and Class 1B. Class 1A's hero course will be working together, will be working in the hero course, in the hero times and other times with Class 1A and Class 1B. Class 1A and Class 1B will work together in the hero studies. So it will be much easier because we have noticed a lot of situation outside of UA where Class 1A former members and newer members are getting in each other's way. But in the remainder course, you will be split up into Class 1A and Class 1B. But in the in a new subject that is coming up, in the new subject that's coming up this year, a new faculty members will require Class 1A and Class 1B to go into a bigger class where other students will arrive so they can do other things. You understand? Every student nods and says, "Yes, sir." At that point, the big Vlad King stepped down and the homeless guy stood up in front. All right, students. I must inform that we're gonna do an assessment test of your quirks and your limits. Please put on the please put on these gym uniforms and put on your Pokemon. And please keep your Pokemon on your belt. No releasing, no nothing. This is only you. You're gonna be heroes, and we're gonna test out your quirk and your skills. Please head out to the training field. The guy went over to his sleeping bag, sleeping bag, and put in and just put it in on again. And Vlad King just went over and picked the guy up again, just walking out with that. Izumi just looked at it and just said out loud, "Well, that's gonna be a regular thing." Bakugo just nodded at this and went over to pick out his uniform, and so did the rest of them. After 10 minutes of finding the locker room by the Rotoms that helped them, and giving them kibble, changing their clothes, and went out to the training field. They see Mister. They saw the Miss. I think, and I said I saw introduced himself, but let's say he did. Mister Aisawa and Vlad King standing there with someone Izumi recognized immediately and rushes up to the woman. Big, big sister Naruko! Izumi screamed that and just glomped Naruko, making her fall with Izumi in her arms. Just having a big hug. Just having a big hug. But just having a big hug. Naruko laughed and greeted, well, Izumi. It's good to see you, Izumi, but you have to get off of me right now. Still have to do a lot of things. Oh, right. Sorry. Izumi got off of Naruko and stepped over to Bakugo. Bakugo just nodded at Naruko, and Naruko just nodded back. Alright, students. Today, like I said, we're gonna do an exercise. Here, we're gonna test what quirk you can do. Here, we're gonna do the normal fitness test. But this time, you can use your quirk. Bakugo. Mr. Aisawa throws Bakugo a ball, a tennis ball, or a throws a baseball to Bakugo, and him grabbing it, and Aizawa told him to get into the circle and throw the ball as hard as he can with his quirk. Bakugo nodded and walked over to the middle and threw it like cannon, hitting the same mark. Aizawa Aizawa told them that today we're gonna test out your quirk and see how much you can do. Please get ready and step up. But Mina accidentally spoke up in canon, saying the same shit, making Mr. Aisawa just say, "Oh, it's funny, you say." Well, in this year we have a lot of subjects to go over, so I think you have to do your best. No slacking off, or you're getting expelled. Everyone was shocked by this, but got ready to do their best. In UA's in UA on one of the floors looking down, we see Isuku looking down at the group with All Might standing there, looking at them. So, young Midoriya, how do you think everyone's gonna do? Well, I can guess that the most physical people are gonna well do better than others. But I can see some quirks that can be helpful, but some of them are their personality are quite awful. How do you say? Well, Minoru Mineta quirk pop off has balls on his head that can pop off, so the balls can stick to anything and grab anything it wants to get sticky. But it seems like Mineta has gotten a lot of trouble over his school of being a creep, pervert, and harassing the girls. But his parents are super fucking rich, so yeah, that's gonna be a whole fucking problem. I see. So keep an eye on him and everything else. I got it. After that, both of them just watched the whole group do their test. Izuku thought All Might actually was about to go down there, but caught him and just said, "Watch from one of the windows." The teacher's lounge actually looked down on the field. After that, All Might and Shizuku just watched the whole thing at the end. The whole scores are normal. Some class 1B has flown around a bit, but Momo's at top, Todoroki, Izumi, Bakugo, and the rest. Then Hakakore, and Shadow Guy. I don't think he went too far with his quirk, and then Minoru Mineta. But when Minora finds this out, he freaks out and says, "I haven't touched any boobs yet. I haven't touched any boobs yet," and jumped over to try to grab Izumi. But before anything happened, a Pokemon, a purple arm grabbed the little rapist by the neck and slammed it to the ground, revealing to be Izuku's Zoroark. All Might was shocked by this and looked at Izuku that just had this death fucking look in him, fucking pissed. But All Might saw that he doesn't have Zoroark's Pokeball. In the training grounds, Izumi was immediately, well, protected by Shoji and Bakugo. Shoji just hugging her away from Minoru, just protecting her, and Bakugo just in front of them, letting out explosions. When Minoru started to ask, trying to hit Zoroark, Zoroark just raised Minoru from the ground up so everyone could probably see it, actually recognizing it as the champion's most powerful Pokemon. When Minoru started to talk shit. "What is this? Why is that no Pokemon here?" Yeah, I'm gonna kick out Minoru Mineta. I'm gonna make it worse for him in this universe. Mineta just spewing shit about Izuku, just like in the LMA Major fuck. It's Liberation Meta Army bullshit he's spewing out. When Naruto walked up to Zoroark, "You better keep you quiet, boy, because I think you're gonna be expelled for all that hate speech you talked about my fiance. Now, my dear, do you mind coming with me? My dear Zoroark, do you mind coming with me with this pervert to the principal office?" Zoroark growled at it in acceptance and walking with Naruto, having Mineta just knocked out afterwards. With this, with this, sorry. With this, I saw when and everyone saw he was actually ready to, well, grab Minoru, but Sora was quite quicker. When Izumi saw Aisawa, Aisawa and his Aisawa and his scarf, Izumi Aisawa and his glasses. Izumi just pointed at Aisawa and said, "You're a Razorhead. You're that underground hero that can, well, stop anyone's quirk." I saw looked at her in surprise but nodded at this. That's correct. Izumi then pointed at the Greninja that she recognized. You're his partner. You also were, you also fight with a Pokemon. One of the only a few thousand, not no, only a few hundred heroes actually has Pokemon licensed heroes. License licensed hero for Pokemon. Aizawa nodded at this and talked. That's correct. And I must apologize, Izumi. We didn't know he wanted to do that. Oh, no worries. I knew that he wouldn't get far with, well, Big Sis Naruko here. Of course. Now, I must remind you anything that per that student anything Minoru has done, you are not allowed to do. If you do it, you will be immediately expelled and getting out of your way. Do you understand me? Everyone nods at this, agreeing with the whole thing. Good. Now, go in changing and go back to the classroom. March. Everyone started to walk when Izumi asked, um, not Seros, Shochi? Shochi? Octopus guy? Do you mind letting go? Shochi saw that he's still hugging Izumi and just let go, apologizing for hugging her. She said it was fine, that it was totally fine for him to do that. They are friends. Good friends. Shoji nodded at this and walked with the rest of the boys into the changing room. After after the whole thing, they went back to the classroom and got the syllabus and everything and walked out. After the whole group walked out, Ida went up to ask Izumi some questions about her knowing the knowing the champions, what is Izumi, what Ida presume is the champion's fiance. This Izumi nodded at this and says, "Yes, she's my brother's fiance." That means my brother is the champion. Yes. Ida was stunned and walked with them, just talking. The next day arrived, and every student went through the normal shenanigans. Class 1A met up in their room. Class 1A and Class 1B met up in their room. They had to do some other stuff. But the next class arrived, being the new subject, and Class 1A, B, and A, Class 1B and A, walked into a bigger room that is a lot bigger classroom. They walked into the room and went up to where their class was right. Class 1A walked up to where 20 seats was labeled 1A. Class 1B went up to another area of the room named 1B. There were a two rows in the front called support course and business course. But in front of class 1B, there were assigned called class 1C, 1D. Oh, did I forget to mention that Shinzo is actually in class 1A right now because of Monoma got expelled? I think I did. But if I didn't and I sorry, it's been an hour since I last recorded. It slipped my mind. I had to cut some things out because it was bad. Anyways, so I think Shinzo I said it, but it was not in well, I didn't I deleted that part. So yeah, I didn't say for you, but I said it for me. Shinzo is in class 1A having a psychic Pokemon. I don't know what I will choose for him. I don't want to reveal every single classmate because well, I'm just gonna end it at a point. Yeah. Anyways, when class 1A and class 1B took their seat from where they're gonna sit, they took a place at the area of class 1A and class 1B. They saw some other two students that took a seat at the business course. They saw five more students from support course coming in and sitting down on the next table. They saw 10 more people coming in, taking five people took a seat at 1C and five people from 1D, sitting down and waiting for class to start. When the bell told them that class was on, someone walks in through the door with a Corviknight by his side, being Isuku, walking up to the podium and standing in front of them. Everyone was excited to see, well, Isugu standing there in front of them when he started to talk. Welcome, class. Well, welcome, first years, I must say, because you're not a class. I hope you will enjoy my class or the two next 3 years. You will change. You will have me for the first year, a second Elite Four member in the second year, and next year another Elite Four member. Do not have a lot of time. We have plenty of time for doing this. So, question to all of you: why do we have this class? Why is this to the hero course and for business and support and well, shit. Sorry. This is a question for mostly you hero course student, support course, and business course. It's a middle here, and general studies. If you want to get into the hero course, you have to study here as well. Question. Like I said, this is a question to you. Why you here? Momo raised her hand by Isumi's side, and Izuku pointed at her. Yes, Miss Momo Yarosu. Miss Momo? Wait. Miss Yarosu? Is this, where we can get our Pokemon Hero license? Correct. In my class, you can get your Pokemon license to your a license to your Pokemon so they can help you in field battle. Not every single Pokemon you have need just one license. Not every license for every Pokemon you got. Got it? Everyone nodded and Izuku smiled. Alright, I know everyone here has one Pokemon. So we will give you an egg at the start here. The other years also gets an egg. Next year you don't. Understand? They nodded and Izuku continued. Alright, so You can see my Corver 9 out here. What's its weakness? Anyone? Denki raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Mr. Denki Kaminari. Yes, Mr. Kaminari. Its weakness is fire and lightning. Good, fire and lightning. I also have another Pokemon. Gyarados, I will not reveal him because of that. What is his weakness? Just an example. Denki raised his hand again. Yes, Denki. Mr. Denki? Uh, electricity. Good. So, if I have these two Pokemon, and I need an egg to cover a weak point between those two, what egg should I get? At this point, Kendo raised her hand. Yes, Miss Kendo. Itsuki Kendo. Yes, Miss Kendo. You need an electric type to cover that weakness. Great. This is what your eggs will be. I know every single one of you have one Pokemon. Every single one of you is in my class will get a Pokemon to raise. You'll raise your Pokemon into second level or third level stage. Most of you has raised your Pokemon until the second evolution or a third evolution they got. You understand me? All of them nodded. Good. Now, can I get an example? Do, 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 do. Mr. Todoroki. Hmm? I know you have one Pokemon. Can you please come down? All right. Wait, what? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Todoroki walked down to the middle of the room, standing in front of, well, Itsuku. Will you please release your Pokemon? Todoroki nodded and. Wait. Wait, that will not work, would it? No, that's not Todoroki. That will be impossible. Mm, screw it. We're gonna do it like anyone else. Todoroki released his Alolan Ninetales in front of everyone. Good. Now, you have a Pokemon that is weak to what? Isuku uh, gave him a. Oh, what the hell is it called? A. Um. Right, this is the future. So I'm just gonna do. Isuku handed him a technical no, techni, techni, technology pencil to Todoroki and showed everyone on the screen that's in front of everyone all types: normal, fire, water, electricity, grass. Sorry about that. I had to cut because the noise came from my computer. Um, I said grass, ice, fighting, poison ground, flying, psychic bug, gra- rock, ghost, dark. No, wait, what? No, ghost, dragon, dark, steel, and fairy types. At that point, Isugu pointed the at every single type weakness that is on it. Which Pokemon do you have? Is it mostly the most weakest to? Todoroki went up and took the pencil, tech pencil, and walked up to the screen and well coloring in fire, poison, rock, and steel type. Good. Which one of these weakness is stronger than every single four of them? Todoroki pointed at steel type. Good. Now, because of you having a weakness to steel ground type, you will get a steel. Wait. Oh, shoot. Fuck off. Um, Steel, fire, ground, poison. No, that will be ridiculous. So really ridiculous. It was fire, ground. Was it also dark type? I am so sorry. I really have to figure this out. Uh, by the way, so every the people that doesn't know me wondering why I keep this in, well, I don't want it to be clipped around and everything. Steel. Okay, I'm going for steel poison type. Okay, it's really not. It's really easy. Steel poison. Steel poison. Is there no Pokemon steel poison type? Steel poison. Steel and poison type. Oh, that will actually be funny. Izuku walked over to Todoroki. So, because you are a weakness, we had decided to give you a Poke that is steel poison type. I understand. And the only steel poison type is. There it is. So, Isuku a walked over to a walked over to the door and opened it, seeing Sceptile, his Toxicroak, and Zoroark rolling in. Well, Zoroark rolling in Class 1A, Sceptile Class 1E B, Toxicroak handling C and D on one table, and support and business on one. There. These are all your Pokemon eggs I will give you, but you also have to learn. So Izuku walked over to class 1A, picked up a egg beside a name tag named Todoroki. He made sure checking the egg and walked back to Todoroki. This is an egg, a Pokemon egg, and your Pokemon will be Varoom, a steel poison type Pokemon that's like a car. Really? Yes. You have to raise it from the egg and up. Do you understand me? Of course, of course. Now, this was just an example, but I want you guys to guess what you will get. So, Isuku pulled out some papers from under the. No, the Isuku stood in front of them. I want you to turn on the little screens on your desks and fill out what your Pokemon weakness are and what most likely what Pokemon you will get. Do you understand? Everyone says yes to what Isuku said. All right, fill it out. And I want you to make sure you can figure out why we chose that Pokemon. Everyone nodded and filled it out. E- Todoroki was allowed to not do it, so he didn't have to. After that, everyone came up and showed their Pokemon's weakness and what they think they have to choose. Almost all of them got it correct, but some of them didn't. When it was Isumi's turn, she walked up with her answer. My Pokemon is weak to water, ground, flying, and poison. I don't believe I need poison or flying type because of my Turtwig can can use some flying move and some can use flying move in her arsenal. Psychic will not work with me, so that is out of the question. So I believe it's a water ground type. The only two I really know is that's water ground type. Water ground type is two fossil Pokemon, but they cannot be hatched by eggs. So those two fossils are out. There is a starter bird. There's a starter line, but I believe it's not gonna work for me because it's a starter. There's a little there's a fish type ground, but that will not work with me either. An old Pokemon as well. Oh, there's a lot of water ground type. Wow. What? Okay, there is a lot of fucking water ground type Pokemon. No, that's rock, not ground. There's yeah, there. What that was correct. That's ground type. Yeah, that was rock. That's rock. Rock. Jesus Christ, there was a lot of fucking Pokemon that was rock type. So, in my personal personal opinion, the only Pokemon that will fit me and I will train up is a it's a Wooper. Correct. You will get a Wooper. Isuku walked over and picked up a Wooper egg, walking back to Izumi and handed it over. She did she did what she was told, picking up the egg and walking back to her table. All right, shoot. Next trainer. Bakugo walked down to Isuku standing in front of him. All right, what is your weakness? My weakness of my Pokemon is water, ground, and water, rock, and ground. I don't believe I can work with water, so the ground, rock type, or just rock or ground type will work for me. Correct. That's grass, that's ground, that's rock. No, that will not work. Maybe. No, I will not see that. Oh, yeah, that will actually work. Correct. But we will not pair you up with a ground rock type. We will pair you up with a ground dragon type. Wait, I was wrong? Yes, but that can be. There's a lot of Pokemon you can use, but the most important. Izuku walked over, picking up an egg that had this grayish tint on it. Your Pokemon is Kibble. It's hard to raise, but I know you can do that challenge. Thank you. No problem. Anyways, sorry. Oh shit, went quiet there for a minute. I am so sorry. Um, nope. Nope, not that either. Pokédex. There we go. So sorry. I'm probably gonna cut that out because it went quiet there. After Bakugo was done with his After Bakugo got done getting his Pokemon, Isuku gave out the last ones and explained. Now, you will learn how they you will learn each of your Pokemon's habits, types, and eatery. How they eat, how they sleep, how they interact with the world, and what they need personally. Do you understand me? Everyone nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Good. That's the rest of the lessons. Next lesson, I will teach you something else. Got it? Everyone said they got it, and Izuku said, "Begin." After that, after that whole thing with Izuku walked down to the teacher lounge and walked in. Teacher lounge and walked in. Sitting at his desk doing the last paperworks of his day when Naruko went over and sat beside him, leaning her head on his shoulder. "So, how was your day?" "Oh, it went fine. I had to do some work. I had to do some administrative some paperwork of the Elite Four. Yada yada yada. Same old, same old." "Oh, I see. So, how do you think all Might's classes will go? How do you think All Might's classes will go?" "Maybe fine. I don't know." "Well, I don't hope it goes fine because if it does, well, we're screwed then." "Yeah, if wait, no. If it doesn't go fine, we're screwed because then we're going to fix a lot of problems." "Yeah, that makes sense." "Well, at least no one will get injured, right?" "Isuku, sweetie, you just cursed yourself." Fuck. Yep. After some few hours, they got informed that Izumi was sent to the infirmary. Izuku just hit his head on the table and just walked to the infirmary to check on Izumi. After that, after checking up on Izumi, finding out she was totally fine, Izuku walked back. Izuku walked back to his office area where elite, well, the Elite Four office where they can do their teacher paperwork and everything. They had to do their private things because they do a lot. They do something just those fives together, six together perfectly fine. So they necessarily build a room for them and their Pokemon. Those that can be in a room. After the day passed and everything looked fine. If you're wondering about the hero training or hero versus villain training, well, it goes in the original canon. Everything is the same thing except Class 1B. Class 1A goes first and then Class 1B another day. It was just easier to split them up and so they can work together on other plans. After after the three after 3 days has passed, Izuku was in his Izuku was arriving at UA when he saw a lot of the reporters. Here, he sees when he was driving by with the other Elite Four members that students were getting being surrounded by the press, which pissed off Izuku very much. Because one thing everyone knows, Izuku doesn't like the media that fucking much. Because the last champion was surrounded by media, but Isuku is not surrounded by media. He specifically told them to fuck off because his life is his life. No one in the world need to know that much about him. So when he asked the driver to stop here so they can asked the driver to drop them off here instead of in the parking lot of UA, the other Elite Four members see what see was he asked the driver to drop him off here, and the other Elite Four member sees what he was about to do and joined in to help the other students. When Isugu stepped out of the car, he, well, smoothed down his clothes and the others got ready. Isugu walked up behind the reporter and released threw his Pokemon into the UA gates. Threw one of his Pokemon into the UA gates, releasing his Gyarados in front of everyone. Gyarados, seeing the reporter, immediately does his yelling at them, shutting everyone up. When Isugu walks up with Sceptile by his side, not having any others out. Ray was right behind him. Was right beside him with her nine tails out. And oh shit, what the fuck did I give? Short. What did I give? Uh, 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 uh. What did I give? Um. Yeah, I gave him that. It's Toya was beside Isugu with. Yeah, got it. Volcarona was beside Toya, and Alola Ninetales was beside Ray. Isuku walked down the was about to walk down the reporter about to shove them away when every one of them went to the side. Some of the students was pushing with them when Isuku grabbed some of them and made them go in the middle. Negato's um Negato's oh shoot. Negato's clay doll. Negato's clay doll went up in over the reporters, picking out UA students from the crowd and sitting them in the middle of what Isugu made a little pocket where students can just go in. Conan had heard Pokemon out, standing beside her, just doing the same thing Ray and Todoroki Toya was doing, or Dabi. Isugu just looked at the reporter, making a face terrifying a lot of them. When students were appearing, Isugu just pointed at the middle of every single reporter, making them go in the middle of the whole thing. After they make sure every single student were in, the lead four member went in one by one to get away from the reporters. When Isugu walked in with his Sceptile into UA grounds and and put back Gyarados into his Pokeball, and he turned to the reporters and just looked at them. I will not tolerate this. UA is a high school. You cannot just come here and do whatever you fucking want. You're adults. be an adult and do not disturb any students anymore, or your company, who you work for, will be shut down no matter what. Do you or do you not understand? Do not, and I mean do not, go in to UA grounds without permission from Principal Nesu. Now, that's all. Please go back to your job works and make sure that you don't come back without permission. No, that was wrong. Make sure you come back with a permission if you're allowed. Understand? The crowd of reporters were just silent, and Isuku just turned around with his reptile walking into the UA building. Because of the whole spiel about Isuku, a lot of reporters went away quickly not to mess with the champion. But a single guy stood in front of the whole thing. Isuku was walking through the hall when he met Aisawa that was about to walk out to the where the reporters were supposedly at when Isuku just stopped him. I scared off most of the reporters. They won't do anything stupid. If they do, I will send out my Pokemon. Good. That way doesn't good. We don't have to waste time then. Does a good job with the students. No, it's fine. Isugu walks into the Elite Four members. Isugu walked into the Elite Four members' teacher lounge and sat at his desk doing his paperwork, checking on his lessons and everything. The first lesson of the day is after lunch, where he's gonna make sure of stuff and talk to the students about more type disadvantages and areas about Pokemon Battle and what they can do with Pokemon in hero situations. After some few hours of doing his paperwork and getting ready for his lessons, Isuku was walking to the lunch hall that was a little on the other side of the building, so he had to go near the entrance of the grounds when when he looked out to reporters that was there and saw that the barrier was activated when he was walking by. Izuku got pissed at this and walked outside to where the gate was, releasing every single one of his Pokemon members. After after the gate went up, a minute later the gate started to crumble. So he asked his Corviknight to go on the gates. Corviknight flied up to Overnight Flow flies up to the entrance and lands on it, yelling out, making a lot of reporters going away from the gate. Well, trying to get some of the last reporters away from the gate, but they didn't care. When the gates got crumbled down and they started to walk in, they saw Gyarados, Sceptile, Zoroark, Umbreon, and Toxicrool just standing in a line where none of the reporters can get out. Izuku just looked at every single one of them, just standing there, making every single reporter just stop and looking at him. I fucking told you. You are getting in trouble. But Izuku noticed that someone was sneaking off, trying to sneak off, but immediately Toxic Rogue was at the side of the man, stinging him with poison jab. The man fell down with blue hair that doesn't look like a reporter. The man tried to, well, grab after Toxic Rogue, and what Izuku noticed about the gate, it was crumbling, so he can guess the man was responsible for that. Toxic Rogue, seeing the hand, was about to hit it when Izuku yelled out, Toxic Rogue, don't touch the hand! Toxic Rogue hears this and, well, took her stingers away from took the stingers away from the man's hands and make the man just punch the man away from Toxic Rogue. The reporters was about to take pictures when Gyarados went in front of them and the other changed places. Izuku stood in front of the man and the man just looked at him. Now, may I ask why you villain was about to go into UAI?
That's none of your business.
Oh, it is my business because I'm a goddamn teacher here of these students, so they're under my responsibility. So I will ask again, villain, what were you about to do? The man Izuku waited for the man's answer when a portal appeared behind the man, and the man walked into it, disappearing. Him and Toxic Rogue was almost grabbing him, but the man disappeared. Shoot! Damn it! The man got away. Portal guard. Izuku immediately went back to the where the reporters are, seeing President Mike and Mr. Aizawa to the coming out to the reporters, seeing that Izuku's Pokemon had it handled. After some few minutes, police started arriving and escorting the reporters out of UA area. After the day ended and got well he got told by Izumi when you visit him on in his in the Elite Four teacher lounge. He was told that the students, after the alarm went off, went into panic, but Ida becoming Ida helped calming the crowd down, actually became one of the class representative in their group. The next one being Kendo from class 1B. Momo becoming the second vice president, and a chubby civil hair guy became the other um, vice president of class 1B. Izuku nodded and said that Ida did great, and if Izumi was hurt, she said that she wasn't hurt in any way. After Izuku got information that she wasn't hurt, he went out to the gate where his Pokemon was still making sure no one got in. no one could teleport in or anyways. Izuku walked up to the other some other teachers, being Nezu Midnight, Cementos, Ectopus, that was there looking at the gate. Ah, Mr. Izuku. Mr. Midoriya, you were here when the gate got destroyed, weren't you? Yeah, I was here. Some guy in a blue hoodie with blue hair. I couldn't see his eyes or his face was destroyed the gate. I think he was a villain trying to get in to get some more information. I don't know what or anything else. Hmm, that is quite interesting, I must say. Yeah, it is. Izuku walked over to the gate and bowed down to the dust that was there. It didn't it didn't turn back time. The gate was had been rusted in other ways, but it seems like it's decayed instead. And I think it's five finger contact because was it if it was one, the ground that he lay on should have been destroyed, but one of his fingers was not well touching the cement. Yeah, this is a villain with a sort of decomposition quirk or something. Good analyzing. Now, we must up our security. It will probably take a day or two. Probably 5 days. 5 days. Then the USJ field trip is gonna happen then. Correct. Hmm. Izuku looked at the dust and just thought, another problem, another thing. God, I sometimes hate and love my life. This is the end of this, well, long ass movie, and I hope you enjoyed with all the failures, repeats, and everything else. But I really, really hope you enjoyed this video. If you want to see another part, it had to be huge. This video, it has to be huge. It really, really popular by everyone. So I will make a next one. So I hope you will enjoy. Good morning, goodbye, farewell, see you later. Have a wonderful, wonderful time, everyone. Good morning, goodbye, farewell. Sleep tight, wake up good, do your work, and do what you love. This has been Blue Mask with a long episode, well, a movie called What If Deku Was the Champion of Japan?